Let's go, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Welcome back to day 149 of Vibe Coding an App until I make $1 million. Today is a big day. As you guys can see from my screen here, we have exploded past 3,000 in MRR, currently at 3,446. And you may notice that in the title of the stream, we have a new title for the stream. I've decided that we are going to transition to track a new metric in the titles of the streams. We are going to now track ARR because I think that this best reflects the current trajectory of the journey. As BridgeMind continues to make more and more money, it's not feasible for me to calculate our revenue before the start of every stream. It's going to be easier and I think more reflective of how the journey is ongoing if I track the ARR. So you guys can see here that ARR is currently $41,352. ARR stands for annual recurring revenue. This is going to be the new track for BridgeMind and the streams. What's up, chat? What's up, Neep? What's up, Quote? What's up, Dupe? What's up, Mir? What's up, Quote? But guys, welcome back. As you guys can see, BridgeMind is starting to really gain some traction. Today's going to be a big day because as you guys look up on the board behind me. So today we're going to be shipping BridgeVoice 2.1. And I'm going to show you in a second what's actually in 2.1 and what we need to do today. We're also going to be shipping BridgeSpace 2.1. I'm going to do the same thing, kind of show you guys where we're at with that. But today's going to be a big day. And, you know, I just think that if there's one thing that you guys need to know about this journey is that consistency is the key. If you guys have been watching this journey and this mission, you guys know where we've come from, everything that we've been through, and the journey doesn't stop here. This is actually just the beginning. But at the start of every stream, I'm now going to start to basically visit the Stripe dashboard and give you guys a complete update here on all of this. And we'll then move forward from there. So this is where we're at currently, 3,446. If you guys look at the current amount of trials, we currently have 52 active trials. So you guys can see here, we had basically a big marketing push last week, which started about like on what, the 6th? Was it, when was it? I think it may have been like the 6th or the 7th. And you guys can see that trials went through the roof. And now a lot of those trials have converted. So right now we only have 52 active trials, which is fine. But we're going to have to push really hard on marketing this week so that we actually get more active trials in the pipeline. The way that I look at it's like a sales pipeline, right? So you guys can see here that, you know, active trials is at 52, which means that, hey, you know, that's good. MRR is probably going to get to about, you know, $4,000 within the next 3 days. It's now the new goal is to hit $5,000 in MRR by the end of March. It was the existing goal to hit 3,000 by the end of March, but we've already hit that goal. So I'm now going to set the new goal of $5,000 MRR and $60,000 ARR by the end of this month. So we have 2 weeks. Jacob said, thanks, Matt, for showing up. Let's go. You know how it is. Let's go. We're making progress, but let me get the music on and I'm going to show you guys a huge update that we have for both BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. Let me turn the chill music on. But you guys need to see this. Let me pull this up. First thing that I want to do is I do want to show you guys BridgeVoice. So huge updates coming today to BridgeVoice. I'm just going to expand this so we can talk a little bit about what's new in this update. So as you guys can see here, here is BridgeVoice. Okay, this is BridgeVoice 2.1. And this is what we're going to be shipping out today. So first of all, somebody asked total users. Let me do a quick check on total users. I'll get that updated value, but it may be close to, I would assume, I know it's over 3,000. It may be over 3,500. Let me do a quick check here and I'll let you know. Let me go to the admin portal. Okay, so right now, 3,362 total users, so 3,362. But yes, BridgeVoice. So there's a huge update in BridgeVoice. I'm going to show it to you guys right now. So check this out. First of all, BridgeVoice today launches officially on Windows. Now, I am going to do a huge marketing video that's going to release tomorrow on this, but we are now the first product to get to market that allows users to choose what type of transcription mode they want. So you can choose with BridgeVoice whether you want local on-device transcription or if you want cloud transcription. So with cloud transcription, this supports over 100 languages. It's incredibly accurate. and it's very fast, okay? With the local model, it's incredibly fast on macOS, but the thing is it's actually fast because it uses Metal, right? So if you're using a Mac and, for example, you know, hey, if we look at my setup, you know, I've got a 96, I've got an M3 Ultra, right? So for me, if I switch to local, this is incredibly fast, right? Like if I switch to local and I use BridgeVoice real quick, let's just give it a quick test. This is a quick test of BridgeVoice to show the immediate transcription times of the local transcription mode. So it's pretty much immediate transcription if you have a nice machine and you're on a Mac. But initial like alpha release of BridgeVoice has kind of, oh, there's an echo in the FBI cam. Okay, let me fix that. Thank you. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, I did just fix the echo. Thank you. Thank you guys in chat. The Gato Meow, what's up, man? How's it going? Let's go. Which model's being used? That's top secret. But check this out. So local here, this is very fast, but what we found is that on Windows, not as fast, right? So initial feedback from users is, hey, you know, on Windows, I'm struggling to do push to talk. I'm struggling to, it's very slow. It takes like 10 seconds to transcribe. And those issues are now completely resolved. I was grinding over the weekend, and today we are going to be shipping out this update, which is a huge update for BridgeVoice, okay? So another thing that we added is there's now instructions, which make it so that you can actually write basically a system prompt into BridgeVoice where you want it to follow this particular, you know, these particular instructions when you actually talk, right? So you could, you know, have it talk in a particular way or transcribe in a particular way. This is new in the update. Also, dictionary. One thing I want to show you guys is we now auto-detect words as they are spoken. So for example, let's go over here and I'm gonna throw it in the cloud transcription mode, which is very fast and very, very accurate, but I wanna show you guys something pretty cool here. I think that I can get it to do it. This is a quick test of BridgeVoice to talk about BridgeSwarm and the auto dictation functionality. So let's see here, let's see if it does it. So nothing there. It's very, very accurate now is what I will say, but we'll be using it. You guys will see that it now auto detects words that should be put in your dictionary, right? So basically it'll say, okay, BridgeMind, if it recognizes that, it'll automatically be able to put it in your dictionary, which is a huge improvement. A preset is BridgeVoice Multilingual. So today in this update, BridgeVoice is becoming multilingual. So you can see that with Cloud, which is not currently available in the existing BridgeVoice version, it's now being shipped today to support over 100 languages, okay? But yes, back to the Stripe dashboard. I want to talk about this a little bit. So you guys can see here that we basically have a hockey stick chart here, okay? We just exploded past 3,000 in MRR. The marketing strategy is working. All of our funnels are working well, and we're going to continue to double down on this. Now, the biggest things from my perspective, just to kind of give you guys an update on this before we dive in and actually start vibe coding, is yes, this is working, and it's now time to work harder than ever before, right? It's time to continue moving forward. We've identified what actually works. Good morning, EJK. But what's up, guys? So let's kind of start to dive into this. Another big update for BridgeSpace. You guys are seeing it here first. So there's a huge trend on basically on social media of this new workflow. We're calling it BridgeCanvas. I've been seeing this more and more. But people are really liking working in canvases. So I want to show you guys what I'm calling BridgeCanvas. Let's just launch 12 sessions of Claude here, and I'll show you guys basically this new workspace that you can use. So this is what I call BridgeCanvas. And this is new in the latest update, but as you guys can see, basically it's a canvas of your workspaces rather than a bridge space or a workspace of split terminals. And this is a new way to work inside of BridgeSpace, is this terminal workspace, this canvas workspace, where you have full access to all of your terminals in a canvas, okay? And we're gonna improve this. You can expand these however you want, you can move them around, but more and more people are using this. We're gonna improve it today, but just a very nice to have feature because I actually enjoy working like this as well. Update today to fix the custom command button issue. Still can't use it on MB, Discord message sent. Wait, what do you mean MB? But let's move the desk down a little bit, chat, and let's get started for today. So this is all going to ship out. So the big things that we need to do is set some environment variables. Another really cool thing that I want to show you guys, you may have missed it, so I'm just going to demo it here briefly. Check this out. So I'm going to open up a new bridge space. Let's just CD into, let's actually just launch a preset because that's the easiest way to do it. Let's just launch this preset. Okay, and presets are new in the last version of BridgeSpace, but this is a preset. But check this out, guys. So with the latest update of BridgeSpace, if you guys, I want to draw your attention up here to BridgeVoice. So BridgeVoice, if you guys saw on Saturday's stream, BridgeVoice is now integrated into BridgeSpace. So you can download BridgeVoice and you can have BridgeVoice, obviously. But we've now integrated BridgeVoice into BridgeSpace natively, and then we've gone even a step further to add something that I call BridgePrompt. So let me actually turn this on and show you guys how this works. Hold on, I just making some updates, so let me fix this real quick. Hold on here. Which one was that? I think it was this one. Fix this error that you caused. So you can see, like, one thing I do want to note with the cloud version, MacBook small screen, can't see the button launch. Yes, Bumzor, so thank you for that report. So basically what Bumzor reported is on some screen sizes, it was basically hard to launch terminals because the responsiveness wasn't there. But yes, that is updated and that is fixed. You'll have to let me know if you still are experiencing that issue in the next update, which I expect that will ship like within the next hour. So we'll see here, but all of this is about to get shipped. One thing I do want to note, though, on the cloud transcription, so on, like, for example, if you have a really nice machine, if you have a Mac, right, this is insanely fast. The local transcription is incredibly fast for Mac, okay? So, you know, I have a really nice M3 Ultra Studio, and it's very nice. Brian said, BridgeVoice on Windows still can't update 2.0.1, update failed, unsupported, zip archive, compression method not supported. Brian, so that is gonna be fixed in this latest update. You will want to basically re-download from the website. But that is fixed in this upcoming update that we're going to ship within the next hour. So stay tuned on that. Thank you for reporting. Let me know if you run into that issue again, though. Let's see here. Av said he just did a 3-bomb. Let's go. I also do want to do some more push-ups on stream today. I will say I've been like super busy lately, and you know, it's been definitely like harder to get some lifts in, so we want to make sure that we do some push-ups on today's stream. But guys, check this out. So I want to show this to you guys. So is this fixed now? Let's go to settings. Okay, this is fixed. Okay, so check this out. So now you can go in your settings. There's a BridgeVoice tab here, okay? And with BridgeVoice, this is where you can toggle your transcription mode. This is where you set your output, but I want to draw your attention to this feature here. It's called BridgePrompt, okay? And this is an alpha feature. We may as well update it to say that it's an alpha, but I want to demo this for you guys and show you basically what I've been trying to do here. So I do have it toggled on, and I actually can click this here to toggle it off, but check this out. So this is a quick test of BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace to show that it is completely functional and working well inside of BridgeSpace. Okay, so yeah, so this is BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace, and basically how it works is I can click into any of these, right? This is a quick test to demo BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace, and basically whatever terminal you're clicked into, it's going to paste that in respectively. This is a quick test. So you guys can see that how BridgeVoice works inside of BridgeSpace is whatever terminal or workspace you've selected. So you can see that this one's highlighted, right? So if I go in here, it's going to paste this in. Just another quick demo of BridgeVoice, and you guys can see up here, this is literally working very well, right? CB said, what's up, man, new here, how to start vibe coding. Are there any videos of yours for beginners? There are. I would, like, the best way to learn is to just watch the live streams. I think that I show a lot about my workflow and whatnot inside. Yeah, so Apri just asked a really good question about BridgeForm. I'll get to that in a second. Give me 1 second, though. I want to show you guys this BridgePrompt functionality. So I just toggled it on, right? So you guys can see I toggled it on, and check this out. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to CD into the BridgeMind API directory, okay? And now I'm going to launch Claude, and this is pretty cool. This is an alpha. It's going to ship out today, and I'm really interested in your guys' feedback on it. But this is a new feature. It's a completely new concept that we're going to be basically pioneering at BridgeMind. So I want to show this to you guys. Watch this. I need you to do an in-depth review of the BridgeMind API and identify any security vulnerabilities in the application. So check this out, guys. So do you see how it says enhancing? So basically what this does, so you can see that it pasted text number 1. So let's actually just submit this because I want to show this to you guys. So this is the prompt that it submitted. And what this is doing, what BridgePrompt does, is you transcribe your voice using BridgeVoice like you normally would with any other voice-to-text tool, but BridgeVoice with BridgePrompt takes it a step further. So if you toggle on BridgePrompt in your settings, what it's going to do is it uses an incredibly fast and capable model, and it basically does a grep of the code base that you're in, and it takes the prompts that you spoke to it, and then it significantly enhances the prompt following best prompt engineering best practices. So it basically takes what you spoke to it and actually turns it into a useful prompt. Now, this is an alpha. It's going to get better. There's a couple kinks that we definitely want to work out with it, right? But I'm definitely going to ship this today so that we can get initial user feedback and that you guys can use it and let me know what you think. But that's going to ship out today as well. So huge updates. Okay, Sam Stone said, is ARR 41,352 correct? Like, these are all subs, recurring revenue? Yeah, so that's a great question from Sam Stone. So just as a quick update, so I do want to show the Stripe dashboard real quick for anybody that missed the start of the stream. So I have decided that we are going to change basically the, what I'm going to put ARR in the titles of the stream now, because it's getting very difficult for me to track all of the revenue for BridgeMind. We're making so much money from so many different areas that I just can't track it. And I now want to just track it from one place and have it be basically tied in with just one singular thing, which is going to be the ARR, or the annual recurring revenue of the BridgeMind subscription. So this is the Stripe dashboard. You guys can see that basically this past week we exploded past 3,000 in MRR. MRR is now up 274% over the last 4 weeks. Here's ARR, again, 274.6%. And the goal for the end of this month is to get to $5,000 in MRR and $60,000 in ARR. So this is where we're at right now, but we have made a little bit of an update to the title of the streams because I just can't track total revenue anymore. And I actually don't think that total revenue is a good track of this journey. So I've talked to a couple of you guys and I started to share this, but we are kind of positioning ourselves to do a pre-seed funding round. And in order to get there, we want to get to $10,000 a month in MRR and $120,000 in ARR. And then we're going to do a pre-seed round, and we're going to ship BridgeMind basically to the moon. So the goal there was for the end of May to get to $10,000 MRR, but I now think that we're going to get there a lot faster than I initially anticipated. You know, I thought that we'd be at 3,000 by the end of this month. It looks like we're going to be at 5,000 by the end of this month. So we probably are going to beat that timeline that I had initially set by like a month. So let's start to look into this, and there's a couple things I need to do before we actually ship this, but everything is working great. So honestly, guys, I think I'm pretty much ready to get this like positioned to ship here. So in order to do that, I do want to do just like a couple things briefly. I want to ship this out. But before we do that, let's run this. Let's do BridgeSpace Tari. So we're gonna ship. I want you to run the build and fix any build errors. Okay, I do need to merge a couple branches. So I was developing locally on my Windows machine. Can you summarize how you reached 3.5K for people new to the stream? So there is a video on my channel about this. It's my latest video for the Sunday download. If you guys want, like, I talk so much and I get asked that question so much, and I do make videos for that reason so that I don't like constantly cover the same like topics that people are asking about, right? So if you want to talk about and figure out, you know, hey, how did I hit that number? There is a video, the Sunday download week 4. It's the latest video on the channel. Go check that out. It's only 11 minutes long. I want you to run the build here and fix any build errors. So one thing that I do want to show you guys is like this new cloud transcription. It's way more accurate than local transcription. Yeah, so the main revenue driver right now is the BridgeMind subscriptions. The Pro plan is the most popular. People really want access to the BridgeMind suite of agentic coding tools or vibe coding tools. You know, last week Elon Musk reposted us twice. The CEO of Perplexity reposted us on X. BridgeMind is just gaining incredible amounts of traction, and this is what happens when you show up every day and you don't give up and you just keep making progress. And you push through all the ups and downs. This is what happens, right? So let's head over to GitHub real quick. I do want to. I think I have some merge changes that I need to resolve real quick. I think it's in BridgeSpace Tari. I was doing some development on my Windows computer because a lot of people were reporting some issues on Windows. It's this one here, so Windows March. We want to make sure that this gets merged into dev here. Let's see if we can merge it. So this is able to merge. So let's merge this. So this is going to handle this. You guys can see here. So we now have custom key event handlers for Windows. We also are able to handle text and image well. So that's for the copy to clipboard issues and the pasting issues that people had. That's going to work well. Let's merge this. Now let's head back over, and we do need to merge now. We're going to want to merge. I just called it Mac March, and I think that, is this already up to date? Hold on here. I guess this one's, that doesn't make sense. Oh. Okay, let's merge this to main. So it looks like this is all up to date. Let's just briefly here, let's open up BridgeSpace and let's hold on, let's launch a, I mean, this is fine. Let's just CD into BridgeSpace Tari here. Let's move this up here. All right, let's run git fetch. Okay. Flex said, hey, new here, how have you made profit? I mean, there's 148 days that you have to catch up on. It's definitely been a journey, right, guys? All right, let's check out dev here, and oh, I have a bunch of local changes, it looks like. Okay, well, let's get these shipped. Let's launch Visual Studio Code real quick. But guys, how's everybody doing today? It's gonna be a great day. Yeah, visit the website. If you guys haven't already seen the website, just go check out the BridgeMind website at bridgemind.ai. I highly suggest that you guys do get a BridgeMind subscription if you don't have one already. You know, prices are going to continuously go up. That Pro plan is probably going to get more expensive, or there's going to be an addition. We'll see. But if you guys have locked in BridgeMind now, that's probably a good thing because the prices are only going to be going up. But with that said, let's take a quick look at this. I do need to update this. Let me deploy here. Okay, I'm gonna need to create a new branch. Okay, I do need to merge this. So we have some merge issues that we're gonna need to resolve just briefly here. All right. Which one is this? Oh, this is dev into main, right? Okay. Do I use dangerously skip permissions? So I actually don't use dangerously skip permissions. I literally just have bypass permissions turned on by default. So you can see here, bypass permissions on. This is literally a setting that you can set inside of Claude Code. So like, I think the models are so good now that you really don't need to have to be setting dangerously set permissions manually. Like, you should just have it on by default. That's what I do, at least. So I would recommend that. Hold on here. View Creator is doing well. So View Creator, that's not really the main product that we work on during the streams. I use View Creator, and View Creator is like 500 MRR, but it really isn't the main mission of BridgeMind at this point to be able to build and market View Creator. We've built a complete suite of agentic coding tools. View Creator is the product that we built from day 25 to day 105. I learned a ton while building it, and I wouldn't be where I am today with BridgeMind without View Creator. View Creator is an incredible product. There's a couple things I could say on it, but really, obviously you guys can see from, for example, the Stripe dashboard here, obviously we have a hockey stick puck here with BridgeMind. This is where our efforts are most needed, is with BridgeMind products. So we're going to keep focusing there. Yeah, GLM5 Turbo, yeah, so somebody said GLM5 Turbo is out. Have you seen it? Yeah, so if you guys go to BridgeMind, Elon Musk did recently retweet BridgeBench, so shout out to Elon Musk. I appreciate the support. He did retweet BridgeBench, so it's very interesting. So Grok 4.2 multi-agent now takes the lead on BridgeBench. The multi-agent from Grok is actually very good. I did spend $100 just putting Grok multi-agent through BridgeBench. It's expensive, but I will say, this does kind of prove that, hey, the more agents that you throw at particular tasks, the better it's going to perform. And I think that this is kind of something to note, is that, yeah, this is probably the future of software development, is not just one agent, but multiple, right? And I think that Grok is doing a very good job with that. But I do want to draw your attention, GLM5 Turbo is way down here at 18. It's a terrible model. It's not a very good model. Yeah, View Creator, View Creator generates about 50,000 views for me every 24 hours. So, it's gotten me 2,000 followers on Facebook. It's these things where, hey, if I didn't have View Creator posting for me literally constantly, yeah, BridgeMind wouldn't be where it is today, because basically we use View Creator as our virality engine to be able to take it to where it is today. It's an incredible feat. So, hold on here, chat. Let's let's see if we can check this out. So I do want to do a git fetch here. Let's cd into BridgeSpace Tari, and we're going to ship this here in a second. So if you guys do have a BridgeMind subscription, you guys are going to get first access to this. Also, the launch 20 promo code did run out for 20% off, but I think that with the launch of 2.1, I am going to create basically another discount code for you guys to use, but more on that in a second. All right, let's run git fetch here. Let's now run git checkout. I want to go to the dev branch. Let's now pull. Okay, perfect. Okay, now I do want to run this locally. Okay. All right, so check this out, guys. So when you first launch BridgeSpace v2.1, we're going to version this again. But BridgeVoice is now native inside of BridgeSpace, okay? So when people launch BridgeSpace, I basically had it create this little modal here that shows, hey, here's what's new, right? So BridgeVoice is now native inside of BridgeSpace, and BridgePrompt is now an alpha. You do need a pro plan, but basically you can say, go, got it, let's build, and then here you have access, and then here's BridgeVoice up here. You guys can see it. And this is an incredible update. We do need to change a couple different things here. Let's create a new workspace real quick. Let's close this one, and I just want to create a fresh one. And we'll go here, and let's just launch, let's just launch 6 Claude sessions with a preset there. How exactly do I use several agents at the same time for one project and avoid any inconsistencies? Don't they interfere in the work of each other? Not if you give them different tasks. I have no issue with it. As you get better as an agentic coder, you will get better at that. I want you to now review BridgeSpace Tari and launch deep dive agents and help me version it to this version. So we are going to version it to, it's going to be 2.1.0. I need you to update the modal about the updates when users initially launch BridgeSpace to make sure that it reflects this version. Also in the changelog, also add in, wait, what was new? Oh yeah, BridgeCanvas. Also note that BridgeCanvas is an alpha and BridgePrompt is an alpha. Would you update the styling and logic of this accordingly to show that BridgeCanvas and BridgePrompt are both in alpha? Make sure that you update settings respectively. Okay, so we're going to update it so that people know that it is in alpha. I couldn't find the answer I was looking for regarding BridgeSpace. Do I need the OpenAI API, or is my GPT Plan Pro for Codex agents? Yes. So Orange Macro, you kind of answered your own question there. So yes, you bring your own subscription. There are a ton of updates that are going to be coming to BridgeSpace. This is the agentic development environment of the future. We're not going to slow down anytime soon. I have a huge vision for what we're going to do with this product. I'm very, very excited for what's to come. But let's now take BridgeVoice, same thing. I now need you, and this is one thing, oh yeah, guys, check this out. So if we look at this, we're going to improve this for sure, but the cloud transcription is far more accurate than local. So yes, Ehab just asked a great question. He said, can I talk Arabic into BridgeVoice? So yes, if you guys look at the settings here, you can see this is shipping out now in the next 30 minutes. We are now supporting over 100 languages inside of BridgeVoice. Inside of the transcription mode, previously with BridgeVoice, you only had access to local models, and what we found in this initial beta release was that Windows users were struggling to use BridgeVoice. Also, people that didn't speak English couldn't even use it because it only supported English. But now, with cloud transcription, this is incredibly fast on all operating systems. So no matter how powerful your machine is, cloud here is going to be very fast. It's going to be very accurate, and it's also going to support over 100 languages. So this is going to be big. I just switched over to cloud, and I'll show you guys how this works. Let's just test this. Hola, amigo. So you guys can see here the Spanish that I just spoke. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. So that's pretty much all the Spanish that I know. Donde está Claude? Oh wait, I can use okay. Donde está Claude? Donde está Claude, chat? Let's go. I'm literally speaking the only Spanish that I know. But yeah, so you guys can see that basically you can now speak multiple languages. I don't know any Arabic. kurwa mać. No. Oh, sorry. Anybody that speaks, what is it, Polish? I don't know. I had a Polish friend growing up. So, okay, let's version this to version. We're going to version this to version 2.1.0. So, BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice, we're shipping huge updates for both. Make sure that you update this accordingly and launch agents to help you with this. Okay, so this is going to be a big update. We're looking to ship out within the next hour. Everybody's just sending like Spanish and stuff in the chat. That's funny. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't speak any Arabic. English is definitely my main language. Shout out to anybody that speaks multiple languages. You got to be pretty smart to be able to do that. Also, I'm a huge fan. We've got a couple new, we've got new themes for BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice, which are a little bit better. So if you guys go here, what's really nice is basically now in settings, there's a BridgeMind theme, okay? There's a black theme, which I really like the black theme, and there's a light theme. Sorry if I just blinded you. Also, in the widget appearance, a lot of people in the beta release said that basically that the widget was too large, right? Like some people don't like the fact that the widget says BridgeVoice and is this large. And if you want to fix that, all you have to do is go here and just do logo only, okay, chat? And then it's the logo only. And you can change the local model. If you do have a powerful computer and you're on a Mac, I would suggest using local. It's very fast, but the cloud is definitely more accurate and it's more capable. It's just a more powerful model in general. So we'll see here. Yeah, sorry about the flashbang. But yeah, Furious said, good polish. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. What about mixed language, Spanish with English mixed in? I don't know. Let's test it out. Hola, amigo. My name, oh wait, hold on, BridgeVoice just got an update, so, but you know, what's really cool is, hola amigo, my name is Matthew, and I like uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. It literally, guys, look at this, it automatically set the number, it knew what I was talking about. And it said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If that doesn't show you guys how powerful this update is, I don't know what does. It literally said, hola, amigo. My name is Matthew, and I like, and I said uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, and it literally changed it to the numbers. So that's awesome. So this looks good. I do want to check out here. Okay, so when you initially launch BridgeSpace, here is what it's going to say. So Canvas, voice, and context. So here's what we're looking at. So these are the big updates. So BridgeCanvas is in alpha, and BridgeVoice is shipping inside of BridgeSpace, and then BridgePrompt is in alpha. I'm really interested in your guys' feedback of this. No other platform is doing something like this. No other agentic development environment is doing this. And this is why BridgeMind is going to build the future and change everything, is because, you know, we're basically releasing BridgePrompt, which is it's a prompting system that it takes your voice commands and it does a deep code base analysis, and then is able to, you know, get that context and then be able to rewrite the prompt that you spoke to it to actually have, you know, a system prompt, right? So let's hold on. I want BridgeCanvas as one word. BridgeCanvas should be one word. Try that again. The orchestration layer alone would be incredibly powerful on mobile. I am Naman said, I saw your 5 million offer to Elon. Thoughts behind that? You thought he would take it? I was just kind of joking. I did not think that. Like, here's my plan, and this is something that's, you know, constantly evolving and adapting. But I think that BridgeMind will be bought out by a frontier AI company. I don't know how long it will take for that buyout to happen. Whether XAI or OpenAI or Cursor or one of these frontier labs and companies is going to buy us out. But my plan at this point is we're going to get to $10,000 in MRR within probably the next 60 days. It may be faster. I've been very surprised at how fast MRR has skyrocketed. You know, I was expecting to hit $3,000 by the end of March, and I literally said that like last week that 3,000 was the goal, and we now hit 3,000 inside of the week, right? So the new goal for March is $5,000 MRR and $60,000 ARR. MRR growth is exploding, and I think that this week, honestly, I don't know, but this week my goal is 4,000 MRR, and then next week 5. We'll see though. I think we could beat that because we have a ton of people trialing that probably are gonna convert. So I'm gonna do, okay, let's build. So this is the new dashboard here. So you can see BridgeCanvas is now in alpha, but tons and tons of update. Also to, I think it was Bomb was his username. So there's a error or an issue styling. So that is fixed. So the responsiveness has been significantly improved. The styling has been significantly improved. This update is a big one. So shout out to everybody that's been reporting and giving their feedback for BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. I couldn't do without you guys. So let's now get ready to ship this, guys. I now want you to, and we're gonna use BridgeVoice here. I mean, this is crazy. We literally built our own agentic coding platform in what, like 45 days. Did I miss you talking about BridgeCanvas? Not a ton. It's in alpha. It's just basically a new way you can do Command K, and I'll kind of show you guys how this functions. Let's open this up. Oh wait, no, this is hold on. That's in production. But BridgeCanvas here is in alpha. It's just, I've seen more of this. This is nothing new, but people are starting to enjoy it, and I actually enjoyed it too, working in a canvas mode. So this is something that I've seen from several, like, basically outlets, is that this canvas is becoming more popular. So just very quickly, we're taking the same concept of BridgeSpace and we're just applying it to this canvas view, okay? So you guys can see here, I just launched what I'm calling a BridgeCanvas. You can manage all of your terminals over here on the left, and you can even launch new terminals as well. So I just launched a new terminal, and I'll just move it over here. But we're going to improve this. This is in alpha, and it's shipping out in 30 minutes. If you guys want to test it out, and let me know what you guys think. But you can launch literally like 100 terminals if you wanted to. But I think that this is going to be very interesting. There's a couple updates that I definitely do want to improve. Like, I want to be able to, have this be a little bit better. But definitely something that I'm excited for you guys to try out. Let's just make sure that BridgeVoice. This is a quick test of BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace and BridgeCanvas to make sure it does work. So you can see it's enhancing my prompt. Okay, it doesn't work inside of the canvas mode. So before we ship, let's make sure that we actually ship that. Hold on, so let's go back over here. Note that BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace does not properly paste into the BridgeCanvas terminals. Review the logic associated with this. It works perfectly when launching a BridgeSpace workspace and paste it correctly, but inside of BridgeCanvas, it's not pasting correctly. Review this and update accordingly. Which provider is used for the cloud transcription? That's top secret. There's some things that I'm going to start to, if I'm building on stream, I'll share it, but there's some things that we're no longer going to be basically like sharing, because as you guys can see, like, hey, BridgeMind is starting to take off. We're going to have to position in, like, hey, we're not going to be, if you guys are watching the streams, I'll share stuff. But we're using a very capable model for that. How do I talk without even stuttering? I would say that just practice over time makes you better. I would say that I've always been interested in public speaking. Public speaking has been natural for me. I don't think that I'm that. I think that there's plenty of room for improvement. I'm only 23, so I'm going to get a lot better at it. For example, I've probably said in the past 60 seconds many times. But yeah, practice does make perfect. All right, Hisham said, Matthew, I've been here since View Creator in 1,000 in revenue. Man, I'm shocked how far you went. Keep it up. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, and this is, if you guys think that now, like, if you guys had just started watching, or if you guys have been watching, trust me, the next 60 to 90 days of BridgeMind is going to basically blow your mind. The things that we're going to accomplish and what I have planned is going to shock the world. And this is definitely the place to be. I have things that we're going to do that is going to change everything. So let's change this real quick, and then we are going to ship. I think BridgeVoice is ready to ship, so let's use BridgeVoice to ship BridgeVoice. I now want you to stage and commit all changes, and then commit all changes to GitHub with the version label so that it kicks off the GitHub action workflow. Review how to do this, and then take these actions accordingly so that we ship this to production respectively. All right, so we are shipping BridgeVoice 2.1. This is now fully supportive of Windows and fully supportive of over 100 languages, and this is going live within the next 30 minutes. We're shipping it right now. CMD Brief said, I've been here from when you had 1,700 subscribers. Thank you, man, for all your support. I really appreciate it. It did just say that it did fix that issue that we had in BridgeCanvas. Let's check this out. So as you guys can see, the BridgeVoice up here, you guys can see that BridgeVoice is now inside of BridgeSpace, and we've then taken it a step further with BridgePrompt. There's a lot that we're going to be doing with that, but what we're doing is we're creating products. We're creating a suite of agentic coding tools that are actually useful. From my personal experience as an agentic coder, as a vibe coder for over the past 3 years, I know what it takes to be a successful one, and I'm building a product that I can dog food and use that will basically help everyone be a better vibe coder, be a better agentic coder. You guys will not see me use any other vibe coding tools from here on out. I'm not interested in them. We'll try things out like normal. We'll try anti-gravity, we'll try cursor, but at this point, I think that BridgeSpace with BridgeVoice and eventually with BridgeCode is going to be the best agentic coding platform on the market. So let me show you guys BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace real quick. This should work. This is a quick test. Okay, so the issue here is that hold on, let's turn this off. Can I turn this off? Wait, hold on. This is a quick test to see if it's pasting in. So you can see it's transcribing. Okay, and it's still not pasting in. Do I need to restart this? Launch 2 sub-agents to review the code. It's still not working as intended. Review this and update accordingly. Alunda said, it was all your hard work, boss man. Love seeing the grind. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because it's like the people have this like, sometimes they misrepresent how difficult something will be. Yes, I need you to now move forward with next steps so that this kicks off the push to production. So we are pushing BridgeVoice 2.1 out to production. If you guys want to try this out, I'm going to create a quick discount code for, I'm only going to have, it's going to be 50% off of Pro, okay? So this is going to be 50% off of Pro. It's only going to be available for you guys here in the stream. There's only going to be 5 spots for it, okay? But I'm going to create a coupon real quick for the release of BridgeVoice 2.1. So I'm just going to create this coupon. So this is, let's do, the name of this is just going to be BridgeVoice 2.1 launch. So we're going to do 50% off. We're going to apply it only to BridgeMind Pro. And it's going to be once. So if you buy the yearly plan, it'll literally give you hundreds of dollars off. We're going to create the coupon code here. The coupon code is going to be BridgeVoice 50. Wait, we'll just call it BridgeVoice stream launch. All right, so literally BridgeVoice stream launch, and we're going to limit this to only 5 uses. So if you guys are watching and want 50% off of BridgeVoice, here it is. I just created it. So yeah, BridgeVoice 2.1 launch. You guys can use it here. This is the promo code. There's only 5 redemptions on this. But BridgeVoice stream launch. This is for the Pro plan. You guys can get it here. I'm going to drop it in chat as well so that you guys have access to it there. But this is now shipping. This is going to run and deploy within the next 30 minutes. This shipment, this release, it now makes it so that BridgeVoice is very, very functional and is at a stable release on Windows, and it also supports over 100 languages, and it also supports both local transcription and cloud transcription. BridgeVoice is one of the first companies to do this, to offer both local transcription and cloud transcription. With cloud transcription, it supports over 100 languages, and it also supports local transcription. So very, very intuitive there, I think. But let's see what people are asking. Yeah, so View Creator 2.0 powered by BridgeMind AI tools. When I think that you've been seeing a little bit of that lately. There's been something happening if you've been keeping up to date with stuff. But here is the I just dropped that coupon code if you guys want to use it. BridgeVoice stream launch for 50% off. Okay, Ahmed said, before you become a full-time vibe coder, do you have to take courses in coding or software engineering? I actually have a little bit of a unique approach. I hope that this is helpful to you and encouraging to you, Ahmed. So, I think a lot of people, they when you're first getting started, and I'll never forget this, right? Like when I was 20 years old, I remember that I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I wish that I had started, and taken life a little bit more seriously when I was like 17 so that I would be at a better place now. And what I realized is that it takes about 3 years to really start to see progress in life in a lot of ways, like substantial progress. Like I started doing this, over 3 years ago, and I've been vibe coding for over 3 years. And when I initially started, I just felt like it was like this like huge black box, right? I was like, oh, it's this black box. But the thing is, all you have to do is start today, start moving forward, and just start building and have fun with it, right? Like if you can enjoy something, you're going to be much more, much more able to actually stick with it, right? So make sure that you enjoy what you do. Make sure that you love what you do. It's very important, because if you don't, you're going to be more prone to give up. But you guys can see here, so BridgeVoice 2.1, this is now shipping. This is shipping out now. I'm going to make a quick post on, let's see here. Yeah, so this is... So BridgeVoice 2.1 now deploying. Let me just open up Discord real quick. All right, BridgeVoice 2.1 is shipping out now, guys. Knowing the coding lexicon is very important with vibe coding. So what is the difference between what you are building in Codex or Copilot? So you really can't compare it with Codex or Copilot. I think that once we do ship Bridge Code, you can start to compare it. But really, this is a platform to help you get more use out of those platforms, right? So with Codex, you guys can see here that, hey, let's just launch like a new workspace. What I can do here is like watch this preset. Literally with presets, it's so intuitive. It literally lets me create, and this was something that we created. When was it? It was, I guess it was what? It was like literally on what, Friday, Saturday? When did we even do presets? I forget. But we've made substantial progress with everything that we're doing, and I'm just very happy about the MRR growth. I'm very happy about everything that we're doing. So right now we're at 3,446 MRR. Let's just do a quick refresh to see where we're at. Some of these trials are going to be converting, but over the weekend, you basically have a 3-day delay. So it just went up by $20. So 3,466 now. So we just had another subscription convert. But, I expect that, hey, over the next 2 weeks, I do want to get to 5,000. That's the new goal for March. It does look like this did ship, so let's test out BridgeVoice with the new Canvas mode and see how this works. So here's BridgeCanvas. This is also shipping out. This is going to be an alpha. But let's, hold on, let's pull up a terminal here just briefly. I do want to test this out. So let's launch this local here. npm run tari dev local. Is Claude's $200 plan enough? I think so. It depends on how much of a user you are, right? Like, I think that people know that, hey, I have all of the max plans. I spend $1,100 per month on AI. And I think that, like, hey, from my perspective, I think that, yes, the Claude plan is probably the best one in terms of, allowing you to be able to get the most use out of the best models. You can look at Ella Marina, and it's a very telling story on Ella Marina. I think let's launch 10 sessions here and see how this works. Let's launch 10 just Claude agents here. So this is BridgeCanvas. So this is shipping out here today within the next 1 hour. Have you messed with Nemotron 3 Super LLM from NVIDIA yet? I have. It's like not great. It kind of reminds me of just like another open source model. It's very, very fast. And typically what you have with these fast models is they're not as capable, but that's okay. All right, let's test BridgeVoice inside of here now. This is what we were trying to fix. This is a quick test of BridgeVoice inside of BridgeCanvas. And it needs to post. There we go. So this is, so like one thing that you guys can see is that like you can see that the prompt that I just submitted, right? It's not the same prompt that I spoke, right? Like if we look at, let's just compare this, and this is one of the new updates with BridgeVoice. Where even is BridgeVoice right now? Do we close it down when we shift? Hold on, let's restart it. So check this out, guys. So, oh, it was up there. All right, let's run this again because I want to show you guys this. It's pretty cool. So what you guys saw there is that was BridgePrompt. So BridgePrompt is a way to actually enhance your prompts with code-based context. And if we, where is BridgeCase? Where did it go? Where did BridgeVoice go? There it is. Okay, so check this out, chat. So we'll pull up BridgeVoice here, and BridgeVoice 2.1 is shipping now, but hold on, where is it? Oh, I used it directly from here, didn't I? So the prompt that I spoke was not this prompt, right? But it gave me this prompt because what we're doing is BridgePrompt is able to take what was spoken into it, and then it's able to go and grep the code base and significantly improve the prompt that it was given with context of the code base, as well as best practice system prompt techniques, right? This is an alpha. I'm interested in what you guys are going to do with it and what you guys are going to think of it, but this is new. You need a history view that shows before and after promptification. I like that, Trent. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I don't think it's something that we need for alpha, but that's the reason that we're in alpha, right? Is so that we can get ideas like that. So I think that this is ready. So let's ship this, chat. Let's ship this out and just get it kicked off because it's time to, it's time to ship it. This is 2.1. All right, let's go over here. Where was it? Was it I now need you to do the same thing with BridgeSpace. I need you to stage and commit changes to GitHub with the GitHub label of the version so that it kicks off the release to production. All right. Check Fiesta AI before it copies your idea. Alan said you should optimize it for other language so your BridgeVoice can expand for every language dialect. Yes, so Alan, that is a great point. So we just, with 2.1, we now support over 100 languages. So 100 languages are supported in the new release of BridgeVoice. You just have to make sure that you have toggled on cloud transcription. But yes, that is supported. So really good thinking there. Av said, can you name the workspaces? Yes, just by clicking this, you can rename any workspaces that you want. Test, and you can rename them there. All right, let's see here. So this is now, okay, changing to 2.1. Perfect. And this is shipping out now, guys. And let's see here how many. I do have a coupon code for the BridgeVoice 2.1 launch. If you guys use this coupon code, BridgeVoice Stream Launch, you will get 50% off of the Pro plan. Here's the code. I just dropped it in the chat. BridgeVoice Stream Launch. Okay, so you guys are seeing this happen, but one thing that I want to say and just share with you guys is that, like, one of the biggest things, and let's move the desk up a little bit and hit some push-ups. Let's drop like a 50 bomb or something while this builds. But I get the most traction from YouTube videos and X posts that go viral. That's what I personally notice, is that BridgeMind will get like a ton of traction from YouTube videos. That's one of the best ways to market. So the streams are great because obviously, like, hey, this is where our community is at, right? This is where the BridgeMind community is. This is where we work. I will say though, some of the biggest like converting days that I have are when, for example, I post a YouTube video that gets 5,000 views and has, BridgeMind products integrated it in some way, shape, or form. So here is BridgeSpace Tari. We did just ship this. So let's go to action. So you guys can see, here's the release 2.1. We'll see how this goes. If you guys are on Windows and Mac, make sure you guys test this out and let me know if you guys have any feedback. Obviously, your feedback is critical for the success of BridgeMind. And let me know if you have any ideas of how you would like to improve the product. Is obviously, early on, we're very, very receptive of any ideas or issues that you guys have. So what is the point of having multiple agents when they conflict and it's overall harder to maintain than a single one with 1 million context? So yeah, so that's actually like not really true. If you are an agentic coder, a lot of people that are very, very well versed in agentic coding do know that the more agents that you're able to manage, the better. So for example, you don't give agents, multiple agents, all this different context to have, this one is working on this file and the other one is working on the same file. What it ends up looking like is the agents actually are working on different tasks. They work on completely different tasks, and that's what makes it the best. All right, let's launch Gemini real quick. And while this deployment goes live, there's a couple things that we want to do today. First of all, we do want to improve BridgeBench. As you guys know, Elon Musk did repost BridgeBench, and he's a fan. Let's go. I guess already knows that. So I want you to review the styling of this page in complete depth and completely restyle it. I hate the styling of it. I want to make it more compact, modern, not wrap, make it very professional and modern. Review the existing styling of the page in the website and then update the code respectively to completely reinvent the styling, make it way better and more professional. All right, so we're gonna drop in this prompt. to Gemini. I think that Gemini is the best UI model for sure. I highly recommend it. Are you tracking conversion metrics between all of your channels? I'm not doing a great job at that, to be completely honest with you. I'm just not. There's so much on my plate, and that's why, hey, we do need to start building out the BridgeMind team. We do need to raise some pre-seed money within the next 60 days and build out a team. But while this Gemini builds and our deployments go, let's knock out a 50 bomb chat. Just knock a quick 50 bomb out. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. 50 bomb. Yes, automatically accept edits. Yeah, my Mac studio, it's an M3 Ultra. The music source is, this is Bridge Music AI. So this is actually my own music channel. It's this music playlist here. Let me drop it in. 1 second. Okay, hold on, chat. All right, here's the music. Also, chat, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. We have 2 things shipping right now. We have deployments for BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace. These goals are about to get crossed off because we are shipping right now. We have 2 GitHub actions that are kicking off the deployments for 2.1. These are huge updates, okay? So if you guys don't already have BridgeMind, I highly recommend that you do get BridgeMind so you can test these out. BridgeVoice is one of the best voice-to-text tools on the market, and BridgeSpace is the future of agentic development environments. So with that being said, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, the 50 bomb. All right, back, chat. What's going on here? Gemini CLI is terrible. Okay. Okay, let's check this out, chat. Okay, let's go to BridgeBench. Gemini is terrible. I need you to help me significantly change the styling of this page, make the header more compact and the table more compact and readable, make the font sizes smaller so that it's more comprehensive and people can read it easily in one viewport, make it more modern and match the brand of BridgeMind. Also, that's good. Pizzas, yeah, I did code once. When I first started coding, I did learn the traditional route. I started coding when I was 17, and I got way more into it once, you know, AI started to take off. Like with the release of ChatGPT, I started to see the future very early on that software development was going to change to completely AI-driven development. So I was like, I'm going to get really good at developing with AI because that's the future of software development. And thankfully, I was right in that assumption. So definitely happy about that because my bet paid off. Why am I not using skills? I do use skills. There's just some things that, like, I mean, I could use the front-end design skill for this, yes, but... What am I drinking? I'm drinking orange juice. It's very healthy for you. It gives me energy. Do I recommend getting the Claude Code if I have an OpenAI $200 Codex already? I mean, it depends on your usage. Like, one thing that I'll say to answer that question is, like, let's just go over to LM Arena, okay? And you're going to see something, like, very... very obvious. Let me know what you guys see when you look at LM Arena. Okay, look at this. Hold on, let me just screenshot this. It's literally laughable at this point. So look at code. Okay, look at code. Here's GPT 5.4, and like literally look at the difference between Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.4. It's a huge margin, right? Orin Dev, how's it going? What's up? So, you know, GPT 5.4 isn't even beating Claude Sonnet. It's way behind Claude Sonnet. So I think that you can look at some of these things and say, yeah, should you have the GPT plan? I don't know. Especially with the latest update with, if you guys didn't know this, Claude now is offering... The 1 million context is now the default. Okay, also look, it looks like the Windows deployment failed. We need to fix this. So the Windows deployment for BridgeVoice did just fail. So let's fix this real quick, chat. All right, that sucks, but kind of to be expected here. Let's go back to the workspace that actually set that and deployed it. Was it this one? No. Wait, was it? No. Which one was it? It was here, right? No. Check out the BridgeVoice GitHub Actions deployment. The Windows deployment failed. Would you review what caused it to fail and diagnose it and tell me what caused it to fail, and then create a structured plan for the updates to make sure that the workflow for the deployment to Windows does work? Yeah. Do I have a formal education? So I did go to Purdue University. My freshman year, I had a 4.0 GPA, was on the dean's list. And then I realized that college is basically an incredible waste of time unless you're just trying to be a wage slave for the rest of your life. And don't want to do any, like, I don't know. I just think that, like, this is the traditional route for people that, you know, for my peers, right? Like, I'm 23 years old. My peers, my friends that I had in college are now all, not even all of them, most of them are, I want to be careful here. Most of them are just working like typical corporate jobs and working 9 to 5 and saving up money, right? And that's fine. And a lot of them, I'm sure, like that's what they want out of their life, right? But I don't want to do something like while I'm in my 20s that I like. For example, I don't think I would be able to do BridgeMind if I was 30 and had like children, right? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do the same thing that I'm doing now. Okay, I now need you to implement the best practice to fix this without breaking functionality. Okay. Implement the recommended step. Yeah, so this is what we needed to do. So option A does look good. Yeah, so this here. So BridgeSpace's approach is good. Perfect. So yeah, so Cracks Gaming said, well, okay, hold on. First of all, Orange F said the limits of Codex are like 10 times better than Claude. Yeah, but sometimes it's not always about limits. Like, I do have all the plans, so I spend $1,100 a month on AI, and it's like, I will say by far, you know, I use my Claude plan the most. Like, it's my daily driver. And yeah, Slow Panda said wave no, bubble yes. I think that people that are saying that AI is a bubble are just they're I don't think it's a good idea to bet against technological innovation. Not that what you're saying is a bet against it, but I just think that it's better to have an optimistic view about it rather than a negative view about it. Also, here is the update for BridgeBench. What do you guys think about this? I don't really like this here. Just so you have overall models, the leaderboard, creative HTML. So this is the update for that. I mean, it's not super important, but just because, you know, Elon Musk does have his eyes on BridgeBench, so at this point, I think it's, you know, smart to, you know, update it and make sure that it's good. It's smart to do that. To the speed bench. We probably do need to put all the models. Wait, let's go to BridgeMind. Is the speed bench, is this in speed bench yet? We haven't. I don't think we've put any of the models through speed bench. We built it, but I don't think we really like put. Oh, that's placeholder, isn't it? All right, that's fine. All right, no, I don't want you to bump the version. Let's just keep it at this version and then deploy it again. All right, so BridgeVoice deployment did fail. So we're gonna fix that real quick and then reship. Also, yeah, I don't care about anybody copying. Do I understand and review what changes Claude makes? Yes, so I do know what's happening, and I do know like where in the code base things are being changed. I do follow along with my agents, and I do understand what is going on, but you no longer need to read code or understand the syntax. Like, you don't. You need to, like, at this point, we've gone a layer up. So if you look at it like this, like, let's just like draw a quick ladder here, okay? I'm gonna go to the whiteboard, and you guys are gonna see my ladder here. It's gonna be a nice ladder. Let's move the desk up for this. I wanna show you guys this. So this is the way that I see it, okay? With AI, like, it used to be this, coding. Like, it used to be coding, hold on. So literally writing code, hold on, let me change this. So it used to be, like, software used to be like this, like, you write code, and, like, most of the job of developers was writing code, right? But this is no longer, like, this is no longer the what it is. You no longer have to write code. You guys can see what I've built with BridgeMind. Have you guys seen me write a line of code? Haven't written a single line. And I think that if that isn't a testament to what is capable with vibe coding, I don't know what else is, right? You can build working production products with vibe coding, okay? So you no longer have to write code. Now you just build products. So you build products. But the thing is that you do need to understand programming principles, okay? You don't go into it and have no idea what's going on. Like, the architecture, the infrastructure, what's actually, like, how the code base is organized, how the frameworks are, what the file structures and the file trees look like. I do understand those things very, very well, because that's what my job is as an agentic coder, but I no longer have to write code or read syntax, okay? The AI will do all of that for me. So this is now releasing, BridgeVoice is releasing. Let's go to GitHub and make sure that this looks good. Okay, so here's BridgeSpace, by the way. This is going to ship out in about 7 minutes. So, oh, Linux failed. Why did Linux fail? What the heck? Okay. The Linux deployment failed for BridgeSpace. Why did this happen? Okay. All right, so we're gonna fix that. Let's see here. How do I do your UI designs? I just use AI and I iterate off of what I like. So, for example, I'll basically kind of work with it and then I'll iterate based off of what I think is good. So, for BridgeMind, I used AI to do all of the development for BridgeMind and all of the UI. Yeah, so no Bodhi said it's like going from assembly to Python. 100%, right? This is the next evolution. When you are testing for the UI, is it open source? Wait, what are you using for the UI? Is it open source? I'm using Claude Code and Gemini. I don't really, I already did check Fiesta AI. Minis Bub, yeah, I'm on the 20x plan. I don't really hit limits, but that's also because I have all the plans. I spend $1,100 a month. Okay, let's see here. All right, BridgeSpace. That's now kicking off. BridgeVoice, let's just confirm that this is building, which it is. All right, so this is building. This will build for about 30 minutes. Also, guys, we do have 261 people watching, and let's do a quick like check. We only have 118 likes. The goal is 200 likes. So if you guys haven't already liked the video, make sure you do so. It really helps, so I appreciate that. If you guys enjoy the stream, if you guys think that I'm providing value, really doing that does help more than you guys would know. So just by clicking that button, really does go. That's like an extra thing that you guys can do to help out BridgeMind. So thank you. Okay, so let's check this out. So configure layout. So this is all in the next deployment of BridgeSpace. I'm very excited to make a YouTube video on it and start promoting this on X. Very, very excited for that. All right, let's turn on some lo-fi. Let's chill a little bit. Let's turn on some lo-fi. Okay, when is the new update? I am waiting. Yeah, Orendev, you're gonna like this update. So this update, it's got a ton in it. We probably do need to create some sort of change log. It is coming out within the next 30 minutes though. So in BridgeSpace could be even sooner than that. So we'll see. It did say that this is now deployed here. So what is this, 2.1? Did it redeploy it? Let's see here. Let's just keep track of it here. So let's go here. All right. So this is deploying. That looks fine. So that's been building for 5 minutes. Let's go check up on BridgeSpace. 2 minutes ago, this deployed. So about 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes. This one, we can just cancel this one. Cancel. All right, this one. Okay. All right, we have a ton of workspaces open right now. Let's get some of these closed. Gemini CLI is very bad. Do not use it. I do not recommend it. All right, perfect. Clean this up a little bit. How much do I spend on AI? I spend $1,100 a month on AI. I need you to do an in-depth review of the project, and what I want you to do is I want you to create a new change log in the settings and actually have the versions for the changes being made. We're going to start the change log with version 2.1.0. So create this change log and just hard code the change log. Note that in version 2.1.0, you can review the model for the changes there. The modal that launches when users initially launch the application. Note that we launched BridgePrompt in alpha. BridgeVoice is now native inside of BridgeSpace. And we also launched BridgeCanvas inside of alpha. And then we also updated and fixed some bugs that were reported by early users. Okay, and just as a reminder, BridgeVoice here, which is I'm using as my voice-to-text tool, with this update, we do now support over 100 languages, and we now do cloud support. So while this is shipping, I do need to set a couple of environment variables, so let me do that. The environment variables I need to set are, I think it's my Grok API key, and then it's also my OpenRouter API key. So let me go to grok.com real quick and grab that. API keys. Okay, I am going to go over here. I do not want you guys to see my API key. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to cd into BridgeMind API. I want you to use the BridgeMind AWS profile and access my AWS account and add the Grok API key to my AWS secrets manager and set the API key. Here is the API key for Grok. All right, you guys cannot see this, sorry. I hope I don't end up accidentally exposing that. How did I achieve this UI UX design on BridgeVoice? How is this structured? This is really awesome. Yeah, so my approach there is very similar to my approach in most other areas as well for vibe coding, is that you build and then you iterate. Okay, so like in one shot, you're not going to do very well most of the time for products, right? Like if I say, hey, go build me this dashboard that looks like this, unless you have like a Figma design that you really like or some screenshot for reference, the UI that it's going to create is probably not going to be very good, right? But one thing that I do want to say is that, hey, like over time, if you go back to BridgeVoice V1, right? Yeah, the UI wasn't very good, right? But over time, you're able to subtly improve it and make it better and better and better until like now it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. You know, I feel happy about it, right? So here's the BridgeMind theme. I'm happy about the BridgeMind theme. I feel good about it. And yeah, I feel good about it. So while using BridgeVoice, what if we say something wrong? Do we have to repeat whole, or we just say just backspace? I mean, honestly, it literally will, if you say something wrong, it will rewrite your prompt for you. Also, if you do use BridgePrompt inside of BridgeSpace, which is releasing an alpha today in version 2.1, not only will it rewrite your prompt, but it will also literally rewrite all of it for system prompt best practices. It's an incredible tool. Let's go over here. Let's check up on these builds. So BridgeSpace Tari has been building for 7 minutes. That release is almost out. And then we're just waiting on the Windows deployment here for BridgeVoice. So that's about 10 minutes in. We'll see here. So these two are releasing. Very excited to see this. Great work. I now want you to do the same thing for BridgeVoice. Create a changelog page where users can see the changelog and have the first changelog be set at version 2.1. How long am I streaming for today? Not sure, but for a long time. Probably like a lot, maybe, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 hours. Really what I want to do, and I've talked about this a lot, is I want the streaming to be like enjoyable, right? Like streaming, I don't get the subscriptions from streaming. Streaming is a way that I share the journey and I build the BridgeMind community. So if you haven't already joined the BridgeMind community, make sure you do so. It's a community of over 7,000 builders and entrepreneurs and people that are on the cutting edge of the AI revolution. There's a link in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. But, you know, I think that streaming, like what I see the most in terms of marketing where things really pay off is when I have a YouTube video or an X post that performs well, right? Because like for the most part, you know, there's 260 people watching the stream right now, and you guys can let me know in chat, who in chat is it their first time here, right? Like who in chat is just lurking? It's your first time here. You haven't said anything in the chat. Like who is here that has never been here before? And then who in chat has been here and has been here for like a while, right? Like let me know. Because what I notice is that when I make a new YouTube video, it goes to people that have never encountered BridgeMind before. Whereas with the streams, this is like, for the most part, this is like the BridgeMind community, if that makes sense. So most of the time, like I have to spend a ton of time off stream doing marketing if I do want to grow BridgeMind. Alan said here since day 70, I think. A couple people raising their hands. King Dynasty. Slow Panda said, what if EMV is pushed to GitHub? It's a big security vulnerability. So like Slow Panda, stuff like that is such a, it's like so obvious to the AI. Like very, 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 I've never seen that happen where your EMV is going to get pushed. It's literally in your GitHub, like get ignore file. So do a poll. All right, we'll do a poll. All right, we'll do a poll real quick. All right, chat. So we're going to do a poll. All right. First time here. First time here. Answer this poll. Yes or no, first time here. And yeah, this is, so we'll see. We'll see. Do I ever encounter a problem of an AI model being lazy? Not since GPT-4. Vape said, first time here, technically second or third time, but I don't know what's going on. Just loving the vibe though. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah, a little bit more no's than I... Oh, wait, you thought there'd be more yeses? No, I mean, like, I will say one thing, like, for sure, because there hasn't been, like, new model releases lately, right? Like, when there's new model releases, everybody's flocking to BridgeMind, because I think that what people understand about BridgeMind is that, like, I'm not really a content creator, right? Like, I'm sharing my journey in public. People know that I'm genuinely using the tools. I'm not like hyping things up that shouldn't be hyped up. And I think that that's what a lot of people appreciate about BridgeMind is you guys aren't going to see me hyping things up that shouldn't be hyped up or, you know, aren't that good. When I click on the changelog page, it's just a blank screen. Fix this. I've been enjoying reading your blogs. Are they all AI written? Yeah, they are. Slow Panda said I had accidentally pushed EMV to GitHub as GPT-5. Forgot to add it to Gignor. Oh, wow. Yeah, the changelog page doesn't work. Yeah, we just implemented that though, so. All right, let's check up on our builds too. So this is BridgeVoice 2.1 and BridgeSpace 2.1. I would say in the next 15 minutes or so, these are both going to ship out. The updates in these are huge, tons of bug fixes and new alpha features to test out. Somebody asked how much capital did I spend. So initial investment for me into BridgeMind, I'm very open and transparent about it. I invested $30,000 into the business. And at this point, I've made more money than I've spent. And, you know, the business is on a very, very good trajectory. So thank you to all you guys for, you know, supporting along the way. It hasn't been easy. It still remains not easy. But we still just wake up and keep moving forward. So, but yeah, $1,100 a month I spend on AI. I'm a super user. So I've been a super user for over 3 years now. Also, let's just do a quick check up on revenue real quick for anybody that hasn't seen this. Let's go to the Stripe dashboard here. I'm going to try and just be more transparent in general about this so that everybody knows where we're at. You guys can see that the new counter in the streams is ARR. I think that this best reflects where we're at in the journey. So MRR exploded. It's up 276% in the last 4 weeks. Same thing with ARR. ARR is at 41,592 and MRR 3,466. So things are going to continuously tick up. We have you know, like over 50 subscriptions, I think, that are still trialing, right? 48 now. But we'll see. We need to drive more conversions. We need to drive more trials this week. So once we get this shipped, you guys can expect, like, there's going to be a very big launch demo for BridgeVoice. With BridgeVoice 2.1, this is the official release of BridgeVoice. Okay, prior to this, it wasn't stable on Windows. It only supported English. There wasn't like dictionary auto detection. There wasn't custom instructions. There was so much that we had to do with BridgeVoice. But with this update of BridgeVoice, we are going to be officially releasing it. You guys are seeing it just on stream. Like, this is basically the behind the scenes. But tomorrow, there's going to be a huge release of it. And I'm going to put a ton of money behind the release of BridgeVoice. Probably around another $500. You know, we put money behind the release of BridgeSpace. And we're going to put money behind the release of BridgeVoice. So that's going to be tomorrow. There's a lot of work that I have to do off stream to make the marketing content and to make all of this. You know, I think that the streams what you guys get to see is you guys get to see the building. You guys get to see the behind the scenes. And we get to build together. We get to grind together. And that's what this community is all about. But this update of BridgeSpace in BridgeVoice is huge, guys. So somebody asked, what did I spend the 30K on? Just AI tools or other? So I put 30K in, right? But out of that 30K, we literally have all that money. I put 30K into the business. I didn't lose 30K. I invested 30,000 in equity into the company. I am a 100% equity owner in BridgeMind. I own 100% of the company. It won't always be like that. I'm expecting to do a pre-seed round once we hit $10,000 a month in MRR. You guys can see the goals behind me. But you know, I'm a 100% equity owner. I put 30,000 into the business of my own money, and we haven't lost money. And that's actually very surprising for a business of this size. Okay, looks good. Let's just make sure that this is going. Changelog. I still don't see the changelog. Let's do a screenshot of this. As you can see from the screenshot, the page is still blank. Review this in depth and fix. Joe Boy said, just wanted to say, I really appreciate all your content. You inspired me to make my own app, currently at 1K ARR and growing. Let's go, man. That's going to go up. You just got to keep at it. I'm just hard coding the changelog. Literally just hard coding it. I'm not super concerned about this. Thank you, Teo. What's the progress of BridgePrompt? It works very well. So it's actually releasing in alpha right now. Let's check up on the build. Let's refresh this. This is about to build. I think we have 6 more minutes left in the Windows build. And then this is going to be actually live in production. So I'll give you guys a quick update, but I think we have 6 more minutes until this is live. So yeah, 6 more minutes. And then BridgeVoice, probably about 5 more minutes. These are shipping out right now. You guys are seeing the behind the scenes right now, so. Yeah, so Myth said, I think it's harder to do marketing than vibe coding. How do you solve that issue? I never see you spend time for media marketing. What do you think I'm doing right now? Everything that you guys see on the BridgeMind YouTube channel is marketing. It's just marketing. Literally, I figured out a way to market while I'm building. It's perfect. All right, there we go. It's just like not accurate at all. The changelog is not accurate. With this version, we introduced the new cloud transcription, which supports over 100 languages. We also integrated better Windows support and solved initial bugs. Also, I want you to revamp the styling of the changelog. It should just be as simple as possible. No icons or, chunky headers and stuff. Just make it very simple. All right. I don't really like what it did for the changelog. Not super critical or important, but just while we're waiting for this build, I think we have about 5 more minutes there, 5 more minutes here. So this is about to ship right now, chat. Yeah, I'm marketing so much. It's insane. The X is a huge way to market. The BridgeMind on X, 23.3K on X now. So I'll just post stuff like this. It's all marketing. This one got 8.5K, 3.1, 4.2, 7.2, 7.6, 44K for this one. 1.7, 5.4. Elon Musk reposted me. The CEO of Perplexity did repost this post. Aravand. Look at this. CEO of Perplexity. Let's go. BridgeMind has a bunch of credibility in the space, so it's nice. You should add a feature request page and let people request features and upvote. Yeah, I would. I think that it's better to do that right now, like in the Discord. So BridgeMind feedback, that channel in the Discord. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord community, make sure you do so. This is where the BridgeMind community does hang out. Oh, somebody did just point me to an issue here. Look at the nav bar. The nav bar because... Okay, wow. Yeah, so look at this issue. So somebody just reported this. So this is why, the Discord is important. So thank you to Methster. Always interesting usernames. Hope you're doing good, man. But yeah, let's... Alright, BridgeMind UI. Review BridgeMind UI and help me update the styling to remove the banner for the launch 20 promo code and just have the nav bar meet flush on the top. How are you getting it to working when you really don't feel like it? Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of times that I, first of all, I do enjoy working. That's a good question. When I don't feel like it. I mean, I think that's one thing that I do like about, owning your own business is, hey, I choose to show up. I choose when I show up. And for the streaming, hey, today I told people in the Discord, hey, I'm gonna, stream at 6 a.m. But I ended up just deciding to do something else with my morning, right? I was working privately and I was I just don't really feel like streaming right now, right? And it's my choice. I was still working, but I just genuinely do love agentic coding. I love building. And I think that for me, it's hey, create something where you just enjoy what you do and it doesn't really feel like work, right? All right, here is the changelog. So this is the changelog for BridgeVoice. Let's go check out the changelog for BridgeSpace. All right, changelog, here it is. Perfect. Perfect. Slow Panda said the nav bar breaking. Nah, bro, you need to code review the deployment. So, yeah, so the reason that the nav bar broke from a technical perspective is because it didn't break. The reason that the nav bar is having an issue with the spacing here at the top is because we did have a launch 20 code. But if you guys look here, you're going to notice the spacing. There must have been some logic there where the spacing, once the launch 20 is there, it was going to expire, right? And no longer render. So that's an easy fix. I'm not too worried about it. All right. It's fixed. Great work. I now, let's just hold up. All right, also let's check up on the GitHub workflows here. Are we done? Are we shipped? Let's see, chat. Are we shipped? Let's check. 24 minutes here. Still waiting on here. Still waiting here. Windows is at 27 minutes. I created the ad with Remotion, but I do want to try something else out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Windows build did compile successfully. So BridgeVoice is literally shipping out right now, chat. 2.1 shipping out now. I do use skills, yes. What do I use or recommend? I just create them custom as I go. BridgeMind does offer some skills out of the box, like BridgeMind security, and other skills that are available if you have the basic plan and pro plan. Okay, this did just ship out. So let's now close this down and actually use this here. So this is BridgeVoice, shut it down. Now let's launch the actual BridgeVoice. So if you guys have BridgeVoice, we just shipped v2.1. Let's check it out. All right, here it is. Let's go. There it is. Update available, chat. Version 2.1 is ready to download and install. All right, we're about to test this. Let me let the Discord know real quick. All right, let's update this. Download and install. Oh, it's not gonna work, is it? Or wait, yes, hold on, let me check. I need to check something real quick, chat. Great work. Make sure that you restart the service so that this now takes... Uh-oh. Okay, I am doing one thing with my Grok key. How much of the ARR is from crypto? 0. All the ARR that you guys can see is completely from BridgeMind subscriptions. So if we go to my Stripe dashboard here, let me pull it up. So if we go to the Stripe dashboard, the ARR is basically the new, let's just call it the new scoreboard, okay? So the ARR is now the new scoreboard. It's too difficult for me to track total revenue now. But here we are. Here's the Stripe dashboard for BridgeMind. Current revenue is, the ARR is 41,592, and the current MRR is 3,466. This is basically our new scoreboard. It's just too difficult at this point to track revenue day to day. We're making so much money that it's just hard to, like, I can't calculate. There's so many places that we're making money. So I only want to track revenue going forward from BridgeMind subscriptions. So the ARR is now what's in the title of the streams, and the only thing that this is associated with is the subscriptions from BridgeMind. So that's a quick update there. Let's go here real quick. I do want to make sure that this is pushed. All right, I do need to set another API key. This one's taking a while to deploy. ARR does not stand for average rate of return. ARR stands for annual recurring revenue. Okay, let's go to OpenRouter and get a new OpenRouter key, because I need to set that as well so that this actually works. So just give me 1 second here. Also, if you guys are watching and have not already liked the stream, subscribe, make sure you do so. Really helps support what we're doing. What is OpenRouter? OpenRouter is the API that I use to access the AI models. Okay, BridgeVoice did ship, but we have an API key that is uploading now. So give me 1 second here with that. API keys, I need to get a new API key. That is insane. What the heck? Okay, hold on, chat. I'm uploading some API keys now. Oh, perfect. All right, guys, this is shipping out. Let's go. Let's go. All right, this is shipping. How long have I been streaming and how long will I be streaming? So I've been streaming for 100 minutes, so about close to 2 hours. I'm probably going to stream for about 5 hours today. So just a little bit of a chill stream. We're shipping out 2.1 for both BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice today. I'm probably going to do like maybe some tutorial videos today, maybe a little bit of better marketing content. I have a couple things. Okay, first of all, let's post on X real quick. Just let people know that these are out, and Discord. Okay, so are we done now? I'm getting a 403. There's going to be some issues as we get this working in production. Okay. Okay. All right, update available. 2.1.0 is now out. So what I want to do is I do want to go over to BridgeSpace. All right, so we do have updates rolling out now to make sure that we actually add in like the API keys and stuff. So there's a couple things that aren't yet out, but if I do go to my settings and I go to updates, check for updates. There we go. Install and restart. Okay, let's go, chat. Python, good morning, man. No, you're good, man. Hope you're having a good day so far. So we did just ship out these updates. Let's see here. So BridgeSpace. Let me just log in real quick. Now, I did see a 403 for the cloud version here of BridgeVoice. We are shipping. Whoa. Okay, so the first thing that you're going to see is in version 2.1. You're just going to see this here. So this is the updates in 2.1. All right, so this is the first thing that people see. All right, somebody did just report an issue on the Discord that we're going to want to fix. So this is a, another reason to, be in the Discord if you're not already. Also, Mind Dragon, I will review. Okay. Am I using an LM for the dictionary and BridgeVoice? Yes, I am, yeah. All right, so let's fix this. There was just a small UI issue. He said, when you're on the website on phone without logging in and we click on your site for a subscription, if we don't subscribe the page, we're just stuck. What page is this? I think he's talking about probably the Get Started page, I would assume. Let me see. Let me see if I can recreate this on my phone. So I think he's talking about this page. Let me see here. So if we go to the Get Started page on mobile, let's see if we have this issue. I don't even know what page he's on, though. Is it on pricing? Because I don't have an issue on my end. I think streaming the feedback is good. Why do you not think I should stream that? Because that's just part of the building process, I feel like, People are providing feedback. Okay, how much money do I spend per month on AI? I spend $1,100 per month on AI. Okay, the pricing page. Okay, he said he was getting that on the pricing page. Okay, I'm gonna have him send me the URL. Thank you. Okay, also, we do need to launch Visual Studio Code real quick. I do want to ship out this update to the website so that we can fix that navbar issue that was reported. And that's one of the reasons why I do want to... the images? Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with showing the images. All right, let's push this. Yeah, I do have a LinkedIn. Hold on, let me go to my LinkedIn. It's right here. I just started like last week. I've got 78 connections, guys. I am not a LinkedIn person at all. Okay, got it. Let's build. Okay, so let's check out some of these features. The first thing I do want to check out is with BridgeVoice, Bridge Boss Racks. Okay, let's check this out real quick. So we did update, correct? Just make sure. All right, so Grok. Let's just make sure that this transcription does work. I think that we're good. I was getting a 403 though. Let's try this. Let's just launch BridgeCanvas here. So Command K, Canvas. All right, let's do 10 terminals, configure agents, launch all Claude. Nice. Sick. Let's go, King Dynasty. All right, let me drop in my goofy LinkedIn. Well, the reason I have a LinkedIn is because we are going to be doing a pre-seed and then we're going to hire soon. So if you guys haven't already followed me on LinkedIn, we are going to be hiring people from the U.S. only. Unfortunately, U.S. only. But here is my LinkedIn if you guys want to go follow me there. Or connect with me, sorry. Okay, let's try this out. This is a test of the new BridgeVoice v2.1. Okay, that is local. So let's now switch to cloud. This is a test of the new BridgeVoice 2.1 cloud. I actually don't really expect this to work. First shot, I think it's going to throw a 403. Okay, 403. Let's figure out why it's throwing a 403. It's a 403. Let me go to AWS real quick and check out what is going on. Why US only? Because most likely the person's going to be getting options in the company. And there's a bunch of stuff that I don't want to get into on the legal side, on the legal front. Most likely we'll be relocating as well. So just depends. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Not quite there yet. Okay, so it is throwing a 403 in production. Let's figure out why. So I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to use BridgeCanvas here to fix this. Use the BridgeMind CLI. Okay. All right, Tessie, I'll check this out. Uh, 100%. Thank you, Tessie. Yeah, thank you for looking out for me. All right, I am looking at logs right now, so I don't want to show this. I will say, though, BridgeCanvas is actually super sick. Wait, hold on. I actually think I can show this to you guys because I can just move the canvas. Okay, check this out. So I literally just moved this canvas, which has some sensitive stuff, over here. And now I can just go here, and this is working over here. This is badass. Okay, this is sick. Okay, so let's actually now improve this a little bit. Great work. Wait, that's going to throw a 403. All right, so we have a 403. Let's switch back to local for the time being. I need you to do an in-depth review of BridgeCanvas, and right now all the terminals are just defaulting to thread 1, thread 2, thread 3, thread 4, respectively. But once an initial prompt is submitted, based off of what it's actually doing, we can actually rename that to maybe a better name automatically using Claude Code or something like that, or whatever the user is using. It would be nice to be able to rename the thread name so that it would be more descriptive. Would you review this respectively? How could we integrate this, review, and create a structured plan? We also do have access to OpenRouter, so we could use OpenRouter as well. Just review in depth. Okay. Okay. Oh, I just found a bug. Also note that in these terminals, I am unable to upload images like I can inside of BridgeSpace workspaces. Would you review that for reference and then update the BridgeCanvas accordingly so that I can drag and drop images into each terminal respectively? All right, so we're going to solve two issues in one here. Do all Claude threads have the same context? They do not, no. Let's try BridgeVoice. I don't think it's gonna work. This is, wait, hold up. So if I go to BridgeVoice over here, right? I can now toggle this on. I can set, so for those of you that do have BridgeSpace, go update. You'll have BridgeVoice natively inside of BridgeSpace. And all you want to do is, I'm going to switch this to, wait, can I not? Failed. It's saying failed to switch transcription mode. That's a bug. Okay. Yeah, BridgeVoice has the full integration, yes. For some reason, in production, BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace, I can't switch the, it's failing to switch the transcription modes. Would you review why this is happening and fix? Okay, hold on, let's check logs here in this canvas. Oh my gosh, canvas is nice. Slow Panda said, I think this takes lots of RAM to run. It doesn't. It doesn't. I'll show you right now. I'll show you my activity monitor right now. I do have a lot of RAM. But look at this. Hold on, we can actually close this down. This one. Hold on, let's close this. Also, we did fix the nav bar. Nav bar's fixed. That was an easy fix. But with Canvas, that didn't just drag. That's so sick. I love that. Wait. Oh, it's a WAF rule. Yes, I'm going to need you to update the WAF rule to fix this. So the WAF, we need to update the WAF to fix that. That's actually what I thought it was, so glad that that was confirmed. All right, perfect. So BridgeVoice Cloud is about to work, chat, if you guys are trying this out. What the heck? All right, we definitely need to improve the auto detection for dictionary. It needs an improvement. No, so the reason I'm using 85 out of 96, it's not BridgeSpace that's taking up that. So sorry. What I wanted to show you guys is I'm using the programs that I'm running on this computer. Like, look at all this. It's mostly Google Chrome. Google Chrome uses up a ton of usage for me. If we actually look up BridgeSpace, look at this. So this here, that's Tari localhost. Check this out. Let's get a full screenshot. Because remember, guys, like I'm like streaming and stuff. That's not BridgeSpace. Would you do an in-depth review on the screenshot and note how much RAM BridgeSpace is using and do a concise summary for me? Somebody asked, is BridgeVoice... Oh, wait, hold up. Authentication required. No, I need to authenticate. What the heck? Oh. I know what I need to do. Hold up. Quit. Oh, I think I need to close out of this, don't I? Alright, let me sign in. Okay. All right, let's do a test. This is a quick test of Cloud. What is it saying? Validation failed. This is a quick test of Cloud. It's saying validation failed. Hold on, chat. Great work. Oh wait, hold on. All right, I do like Canvas. Low key, this is actually a really nice way to work. So this is BridgeCanvas. This is in alpha. Oh. Lost our canvas. Hold up. I have a sensitive canvas here somewhere. I need to like scroll down or something. What the heck? Okay, we're good. All right, here's what it looks like. This is so sick. What the heck? All right. All right. All right, so I want to work with this canvas. I love this. It's cool. RAM summaries in the other one. I'll go back in a second. Yes, I want you to create a structured plan and begin implementing. Oh my gosh. All right, let's switch back to local. Yes, I want you to create a structured plan and begin implementing. All right. I want you to do an in-depth review of the RAM usage for BridgeSpace when I have it actually downloaded. Would you do an in-depth review and generate a complete summary with your findings and be concise. Yeah, max agents, yeah. All right. What was this fixing again? Oh, yeah. All right, let's check to see what's going on here. Why did it say validation failed? Let's see. 401. Authentication required. Oh, whoa. Okay, so apparently we haven't deployed all of our code yet here. So hold on here. Yes, and watch this one. Let me pull up Visual Studio Code. Looks like I'm behind. Okay, yes, I am. Okay, I do see why we are getting the 401s. Let me fix this real quick. What are the max agents per canvas? Unlimited. You can literally do unlimited. All right, let's get the main thing that we're working on right now is getting BridgeVoice Cloud working in production. We forgot to deploy a change in API, so deploying that now. All right, let's go back over to the RAM summary and see where that's at. No, the user doesn't need to put their token in, no. No, I'm not using... So I do have 3 Mac Minis. I tried to use OpenClaw, but what I've kind of found with OpenClaw is that, like, some of the influencers are, like, overhyping it. I haven't been able to find, like, a really good use case for it. I think that OpenClaw is definitely interesting, but in terms of, like, actual use cases, I'm not seeing it yet. For my workflow, I did a couple things to really like put it to the test in useful use cases, but I'm not really there yet with it. So we'll see. I definitely want to stay up to date with it. I do have the Mac Minis, but I'm at the point where like the people that you're seeing using OpenClaw, I'm starting to realize like they may just be like trying to get like hype it up and get clicks and views and stuff, which kind of sucks. It's kind of messed up. Okay. What's this one? What is causing this exactly? Tell me exactly. Be concise. All right, let's improve performance. And guys, remember, like, today, the biggest goals were to get these shipments, these deployed, and then work through any issues. And then I want to make, like, some tutorial videos that I'll put on the site and probably put, like, in the Discord and stuff. But for BridgeMind, I have to make sure that I do some marketing. Tomorrow is going to be like the official launch of BridgeVoice. Right now, you guys are kind of seeing the behind the scenes on stream here. We just shipped it. There's a couple bugs, but these are all going to be stable tomorrow, and we'll do a big marketing video. I'll put a bunch of money behind it, and we'll probably see MRR, go through the roof again. Try again. Be super concise in your output. Help me understand the exact driver, just in 1 sentence, 2 sentences. My Sharon said, I think OpenClaw has a mode to learn indefinitely by itself, so that interests me, to be honest. But yes, Claude is the way to go for coding. Do you have the best plan? Yeah, I do have the 20x. But guys, we just hit 200 likes. Thank you so much. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm about to bump up the goal a little bit. We're going to go for 300 likes. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Okay, the 1.29 gigabyte web view is a command blocked output strings. You allow 500 blocks per terminal, so just 3 active terminals can hold 700. Okay, how could we improve performance here so that we use less RAM? Okay, let me check up on the AWS deployment. Where can I get that hoodie? We are going to be having BridgeMind merch coming soon. I'm probably going to work on it a little bit this week. First thing is probably going to be hats, potentially a hoodie. We'll see though. Yes, also I'm loving BridgeCanvas. I'm definitely going to want to make a marketing video about this because this is actually a fantastic way to work. I just want to improve it just a little bit before we make a big launch out of it. But I think people will definitely be interested in this. 25 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. Why is... Oh, wow, we have a task that's failing. Okay. That explains a lot. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, I do see why this is not working in production now. I just tried to deploy this update, but got these issues. Why the task stop? Why is the task stopping? Use the AWS CLI and fix this issue that I'm having. What's causing the task to become unhealthy? Okay, guys, I'm going to say BridgeCanvas, this is actually a phenomenal way to work. We're going to definitely want to make it a little bit better. But so far, I am really liking this. BridgeCanvas. Loving the lo-fi beat. Thank you, man. You said about the video tomorrow and MRR going through the roof. What's the current MRR? Yeah, I'll show you real quick the current MRR. Just pull up the Stripe dashboard real quick. And as you guys can see, this is one thing that I touched on a little bit earlier in the stream. I am no longer tracking total revenue because it's just too hard of a... We're making so much money that's just... It's too hard of a scoreboard to track. Like, there's so many ways that BridgeMind is making money. The main thing that we're going to start tracking and the main goal now for BridgeMind is to drive revenue via subscriptions. And I think that we're going to be able to build a multi-million-dollar business just through the subscriptions, right? Like, I think that, yes, like there's going to be all sorts of ways that we're making money. And I probably will like do quarterly reports. So my plan is like for the titles of the stream, and to answer your question, here is the current MRR and ARR. So current MRR is 3,466. You guys can see that literally over the past 4 weeks, it's increased 276%. ARR is 41,592. And you guys can see kind of the hockey stick there. That was the release of BridgeSpace. And we're probably going to see another one of those with the release of BridgeVoice and BridgeVoice inside of BridgeSpace with BridgePrompt, right? Like, there's a lot that we're going to improve this week. So I think that we can get to 4,000 in MRR this week, and then next week the goal is 5,000. We'll see though. But I'm definitely liking BridgeCanvas. I'm a big fan here. This is just a good way to work. The dragging isn't as reliable as I would like it to be. But check this out, chat. So BridgeMind UI. I want you to launch sub-agents and do an in-depth review of the SEO of BridgeMind and come back to me with findings and recommendations of what we should do to improve the SEO. Don't make any changes, but just do an in-depth review respectively. I can't wait till Grok has their own CLI. I mean, I will say that the Grok 4.2 beta definitely did see a pretty big improvement. I would say substantial. I feel good about, I think that Grok 5 is probably going to be really good. Well, I mean, only time will tell, right? But I mean, I think that the valuation of BridgeMind right now is probably around $3 million. That's the valuation that, like, if I went out to look for money now, I wouldn't take any money under $3 million valuation for BridgeMind. So right now, like, the current value of BridgeMind is $3 million. But I'm not really looking to seek money until I can get about $5 million. For the evaluation. We don't need a ton of money to get off the ground. Probably the pre-seed is going to be looking at like about 250 or something like that. But the valuation that I'm going to be looking at there is 5 million. And then for, so like that's the current valuation that I'm going to be looking for in a pre-seed is like right now it would be like 3 million. But if we can get to 10,000 MRR, it's going to be 5 million. But right now, in terms of ARR, like my ultimate exit strategy is probably going to do a couple funding rounds via VC, potentially some angel investors or some private equity groups. And ultimately, I would like to sell to like an XAI or an OpenAI or, an Anthropic or a meta. I'd like to get an exit at some point, but I'm totally fine working for a couple years to get to that point. But initially, my initial thoughts are, hey, I'm just going to be grinding out, doing a couple funding rounds, and keep moving forward. But right now, it is nice that BridgeMind does have so many things going for it. I'm very happy about all the progress that we've made over the past 149 days. And as we hit some of these goals, I'm very excited to start to raise money. You guys will kind of see updates on that as I feel like we're ready to be positioned for that. So King Dynasty said I'd invest 50K for 2% today. Yeah, I think that my plan, probably just going to look for a singular PE group for the initial pre-seed. I just want to be very careful with, I will say that I don't think I'm going to have a hard time finding the money. So I just want to be careful about who I partner with, if that makes sense. Okay. So let's go open up the terminal here. All right. Great work. I now need you to significantly improve the functionality of being able to drag around the canvas. Right now, it's not great. It's a little bit buggy. I need you to review that functionality and polish it up. Launch 2 deep dive agents to review the functionality associated with that and improve it respectively. Guys, one thing I will say is that I am a huge fan of the new 1M context window inside of Opus, inside of Claude Code for Opus 4.6. It wasn't the default initially, but now it is. And I'm a big fan of it. Okay, great work. Let's now launch sub-agents that will improve this respectively. I want you to actually tackle all 6 phases without breaking functionality. Okay, let's see here. When it comes times for capital raising, please let me know. I'm part of Syndicate who loves types of deals like these. Yeah, I think that we'll see. I just, I'm not ready for it yet. One thing, just from my past experience is hey, once you are working with people's money, it does get a little bit more complex. There's more pressure. And right now I'm just enjoying what I'm doing. So I want to keep it like that for a little bit longer until I'm ready to position it and then get ready for, an exit and stuff. So. Hold on, guys. I'm getting a call from an undefined number. Oh, I'm gonna take this real quick. Hold on, chat. I'll be back. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. Hold on. Hello, this is Matthew. Oh, Elon, how's it going? Yeah, I saw that you yeah, you reposted BridgeBench. Yeah, what'd you think? Yeah. No, I really like the I definitely like the model. A little bit expensive, but yeah, I mean, I obviously topped out BridgeBench with the multi-agent, so I think that you guys are doing a great job. Yeah, I'd love to have that conversation. Yeah, 100%. Well, I was talking to Sam a little bit, and I spoke with him about that. But I will get back to you on that one. But we're looking at least 3 to 5 million. Okay. Okay, gotcha. All right, sounds good, Elon. Yep, I'll talk to you soon. All right, bye-bye. All right, sorry about that, chat. Jeez. My ex-wife. She's, They always understanding how to get through to you, you know what I mean? Alright, so we got a couple agents running here. Let me check this agent that's over in the part of the canvas that you guys can't see. Actually, I can really hide it from you guys now. It's kind of nice. Let's see here. Oh, perfect. Okay. I want you to re-trigger the deployment. Okay, the canvas is actually sick. This is a nice way to work. It's a little bit, it needs some help for sure. But we do have an agent that's kind of working on that right now. Like, do you guys see how I can't, it's hard to drag it? I have to go like here. I can go, there we go. Okay, King Dynasty said, I typically do 2 different VTT inputs for a single prompt to get a full thought out. How does BridgePrompt handle this? Does it wrap each separately without context of the other? So how BridgePrompt is working, which King Dynasty, have you actually tried it? Have you given it a shot? Because what it does is it takes your prompt, right? Literally exactly what you spoke into it. And then it's going to do a quick grep of the code base. And then it has a system prompt to improve the prompt with best practices for system prompts with the code base context integrated. So it is in alpha. Really, we're just releasing this to get initial user feedback, see what people think about it, and then improve it. But try integrate auto research by Carpathy into your workflow. So it's so good. Game changer, auto research by Carpathy. I did hear about that a little bit, but I haven't tried it out. Okay. All right, let me go over to this other pane. Wow, this canvas mode is super nice, chat. Super, super nice. Because watch this, literally what I can do, and we're gonna improve this. We just launched it initially, right? So they all just default to like thread 1. But we're gonna make it so that it auto names them, right? But like, look at this. Literally, I can just like click around and it goes to those threads, right? That's very, very nice. Bandar said, what apps do you use to vibe code? So I literally just am using BridgeMind products. So BridgeMind is probably one of the best agentic coding platforms that there is now. You know, I'm dogfooding my own product. I've been an agentic coder for over 3 years. And at this point, it probably is like one of the best agentic development environments on the market. So you have a voice-to-text tool, you have an agent development environment, and it's just going to continue to get better and better. So, okay, so it said that it did improve the canvas. Let's actually test that out. So here, let's just launch this real quick. Let's launch 12 sessions here. Is this more accurate? Yeah. And then let's just do hello there. I can't, what, can I not type into this now? This is local, so. Okay, so this did, you introduced a bug where now I'm unable to even type into the Canvas workspaces. Why is this happening? Wasn't your ARR 45K? So yes, so just as a quick update, so we did update the, basically we're now tracking ARR because I think that that's a better representation of BridgeMind as a whole. Like for example, it's gonna get difficult for me to start tracking revenue day in and day out because we're making money from so many different sources. So what we're gonna start doing is I'm gonna start just tracking ARR directly from the dashboard here. So you can see current ARR is 41,592. And every quarter, I'm gonna do a quarterly report where I break down all BridgeMind expenses, all revenue, and basically the balance sheet, everything that we're looking at. That's kind of I've always wanted to do that, but for the streams, that's why you guys saw the ARR is now 41,000. That's what we're tracking now, is ARR. I think that's a better representation for how BridgeMind is doing because, for example, like the ARR could be skyrocketing, right? Like the ARR and the MRR could literally double, right? And revenue only goes up by like a couple thousand, right? Whereas it's like BridgeMind skyrocketing, you know? So what I want to do is now I want to track like these two metrics, particularly ARR and MRR. I think that this better follows the growth rate. So rather than me having to tally up and total the revenue for that day, which is like a little bit of a tedious process for me to do, what we're now going to do is we're just going to track this ARR. That's going to be the tracker, and we'll just be able to do that. It's going to be much, much better for me. And I think it's a better representation of this. Blue Cactus said that he likes the canvas. I do too. Yeah, I'm really liking this for sure. It's very nice. Let me check to see if this is deployed. It looks like it is. So it says that the deployment is now healthy. So let's pull up BridgeVoice is the, let's see if this is working now. Let's dismiss this. Let's switch over to Cloud and let's test this. This is a quick test of Cloud transcription inside of BridgeVoice. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Okay, we got it. All right, it's working. Yeah, I'm doing BridgeMind all alone right now, but not for long. Not for much longer. All right. This is a quick test of the Cloud transcription. I am going to talk for a while so that we can actually test BridgeVoice very well on a large transcript so that we can see how long it's going to take for this transcription to process. I'm basically going to talk a bunch of nonsense so that we can test BridgeVoice in this context because I want to see the latency between the API and our front end here. I'm not sure exactly how much time it's going to take for this current message that I'm speaking to transcribe, but this is just going to be a good test because previously when we were using local, the transcription time was near immediate, and it's going to be very interesting to test BridgeVoice now that we're using Cloud with over 100 plus languages supported and to see what the latency looks like, even though it may be a little bit it has multi-language support and it's more accurate. It may take a little bit longer, so I just want to say something really long and test it. Okay, what was that, like 3 seconds? Comp Knowledge asks, what are you developing? You're looking at it. It's a agentic coding platform. You can go to BridgeMind.ai and check it out. Hunk said, would be nice if we can drag and drop the session and pin it anywhere inside the canvas. Not sure if it's technically possible, though. Oh, come on, Hung. Anything is technically possible in the age of AI. Let's go. That sounds like a great idea. Good feature request, man. Thank you. Let's drop it in. Let's test this out. Review this as it relates to BridgeCanvas. This was a feature request. Review this from a technical perspective and create a structured plan of how we could implement this. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, chat. On Windows, trying to change BridgeVoice to local, failed to switch transcription mode. Yeah, so that's something that I had on BridgeSpace as well. Let me test this. I think I did fix it on Bridge. Let me see. I did have that. Wait, are you talking about BridgeSpace or BridgeVoice? Because I did have the same issue. So even for example, like if I go here. If I go here and I go to BridgeVoice and I try to change to local, I get failed to switch the transcription mode. I was having a conversation over here. Be simple and concise. Why did this happen? Tell me exactly why it occurred. Be simple, concise, 1 sentence max. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Let's watch the canvas mode here. I'll be right back. All right, what's up, chat? I'm back. All right, Tori IPC rejects with plain strings, not error objects, so instead of errors always. Did you solve the issue? Will this break functionality? Okay, apparently this is gonna really help improve performance. It's a 25x reduction. Wow. Okay. Perfect. Launch 2 agents to review your work and confirm this. Eric Code said, I give you a challenge. I will even allow you to do it on stream. I just uploaded my resume to your job. Can AI do an accurate translation of it? I don't know. Is that not working now, by the way? The job route, is that working? Because that endpoint was down. We are going to be hiring within like the next 60 to 90 days. All right, let's check this out. So if you go to company, careers, go here. Let's test this real quick. I don't like the styling of it, but it's fine. Who cares? Why is it purple? I hate that. Alright, cool. It does submit now. Perfect. Okay, great. People reported the same issue in BridgeVoice. I now need you to review this for reference and update this accordingly as well. Shaitan said, there is too much noise on YouTube about vibe coding. Where can I actually learn it? So you can learn it here. I mean, this is where you can learn. Somebody said AI slop. Yeah, that page was not good. In general, I don't think that was obviously like coded by, I don't even know. It must have been like an off-brand work that we did. Let's go over here and have, I mean, I do like this canvas. I have to say, guys, the canvas is a nice place to work. Where's my UI? I need you to look at the styling of the BridgeMind job careers page and significantly improve it with the branding and styling that you see on the rest of the site. Make sure that it's job over job, one job on each line instead of it wrapping. Then on the actual job information page, right now there's a bunch of purple ingredients that is super ugly and not modern, and I don't like the layout of it. Completely redesign that page as well to follow BridgeMind theming and best practices. Update both of these pages accordingly. All right, that'll fix it. Okay, the new cloud transcription mode is actually very, very good. So definitely, if you guys haven't already checked that out, make sure you do so. It's available in a BridgeMind Pro plan. So if you guys are on BridgeMind Pro, definitely recommend checking it out. It's very, very nice. Does this new BridgeVoice AI logic for improving prompts work in all 100 languages via the cloud? Yes. And nothing is stored. Like we're not storing what's said in the database. We're just transcribing it in the API and returning it. So Eric Code said, I would pay for this only if it worked for Windows. Yeah, so Eric, that's a great question. So today is the day that it actually does work on Windows. I don't know if you haven't tried BridgeVoice in the past couple days or BridgeSpace in the last couple days, but I've been using it and testing it on my Windows machine, and it works absolutely fantastic. I will literally download it right now on my Windows machine here and just confirm that this works very, very well on Windows. Let me download it from the website. Go to BridgeVoice, download for Windows. Okay, speaking of which, I need you to note that with the latest changes of BridgeVoice, this brings a significant update to BridgeVoice. BridgeVoice now supports over 100 languages, and users now have the ability to choose between local transcription that's fully on device or cloud transcription, which is the one that is very fast, accurate, and supports 100 plus languages. Review the copy on the website and launch 5 sub-agents to help you rewrite some of the copy related to BridgeVoice so that it's updated in this way. Before you do that, though, make sure you actually review BridgeVoice for reference. Wow, very, very fast too, BridgeVoice. So over 100 languages supported now in this update. Yes, I want you to create a structured plan and then begin implementing. Okay, let's test this out. All right, so BridgeVoice set up. I am now downloading it from the website. I would recommend that if you do have it on Windows, uninstall it. Like literally just go to the website, reinstall it from the website, and then re-download it, right? All right. Oh my goodness. Okay, testing now, chat. On Windows. Oh, yeah. And the cloud transcription works very, very well. At least when I was developing locally. We'll see. I'm going to test it here. Can you save a workspace? Yes, you can save a workspace. Can you get streaming text working with BridgeVoice? What do you mean streaming text? Oh, like as you're talking? I don't think so, no. I mean, maybe, but right now I'm like streaming as you're talking, Alex. There is a command for music. It's playlist. It's this. I think I'm using medium effort today with Opus. And it's been doing well. Probably should put it into max though, yeah? Yeah, why am I not in max? Here, let's change effort. What am I doing in medium? Wow. That's insane, chat. Who let me stay in medium for that long? Shame on you. Just kidding. I want you to improve the styling even further. Ooh, okay, I don't like that. Like, I can, like, scroll down. I can literally scroll, and then I just lose the entire canvas. I don't like that. I'm gonna update that in the next update. Okay, let's test this here. Okay, I'm on BridgeVoice 2.1. I'm gonna add a shortcut. I just like to use my shift key. This is a quick test of BridgeVoice on Windows. Perfect. Scroll should zoom in and zoom out. Yes, spot on. When on the canvas page, zoom should scroll in, scroll out, not scroll down or scroll up. It should zoom in, zoom out. When on the compact page, no. Oh, oops. When on the canvas screen, zooming in and zooming out, or hold on. Why is it not rendering? Is this like did my dictionary turn canvas into compact? Yeah, that's what happened. So I accidentally added that. That's interesting. So that's how the dictionary does work. All right, I'm gonna remove all this from my dictionary. When on the canvas screen, scrolling up or down should translate to zooming in or out, not to scrolling up or down on the canvas screen. The fonts aren't too small. Maybe right now that you guys are looking at, it's just because I'm on the canvas screen. I'll zoom in a little bit. Command plus scroll to zoom. All right, I'll look at. We'll see what this does, and then we'll adjust accordingly. It does feel good to see all of the pro subscriptions flooding in. Okay. All right, let's launch BridgeSpace here. I just want to make sure that this is good. So launch 6. Whoa. Okay, let's wait for this one to finish. There's an error there. I think this canvas that's updating is got some stuff it's doing. W Dan's in the chat. What's up, W Dan? How's it going? W Dan said GLM5 Turbo is coming for Sonnet's lunch money. You think that model, are you using it, W Dan? Because I did benchmark it and it performed really bad. Look at this. This is how it performs. Look at this. So if we zoom in a little bit, so here is Sonnet 4.6 at 94.9, and then all the way down here, GLM5 Turbo at 80.2. So it's not that great. Orange Macro said, LFG, you're the best channel and the best brain teaser on YouTube that I found in the last year. Great energy. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to you. Quen 3.5, what do you think of it? I ran the 9B and it took 494 seconds for replying. Hey, how are you doing? Well, first of all, is it benchmarked? I don't think I have it benchmarked. Nah, I don't have it benchmarked. I don't think that those models are that great, though, in general. Yeah. Okay, WDN said for workflow stuff, it's like a smaller context Nemotron Super in long agent run stuff. Definitely not a frontier model, but really cool to see the progress. That's cool. Yeah, they did say that it was like built for. I mean, I feel like they were trying to ride the OpenClaw hype, but they were like improved. What did they say? They're like, it's for OpenClaw. I was like, all right, like, I get it. You guys are trying to ride the hype. Backstory Bites, what's up, man? How's it going? All right. I think we closed out. What happened? All right, let's close this. Open up a new BridgeSpace. And this is what I love about BridgeSpace. Boom. We're live. Wait, didn't we? Oh. Fix the error that you see. Why is Grok good for multi-agents? Why is it on top? I mean, yeah, they launched multiple agents. I mean, very interested to see that Grok actually did that. So they offer multiple agents. So for example, if you guys look at BridgeBench, you know, Grok did top out BridgeBench with their multi-agent approach. So you can see Grok 4.2 multi-agent and Grok 4.2 multi-agent 16 agent. These topped out BridgeBench, but the caveat here is it literally cost me $113 to put them through BridgeBench. I ran up a check. Hopefully Elon Musk can, you know, reimburse me or something. I don't know. But it is expensive. But yeah, I mean, if you throw more agents at a problem, you're going to get a better result. And that's what you guys are seeing here on BridgeBench is, yeah, if you throw agents at it, if you throw 16 agents at a problem, you're going to get a better result. Now, you could spend a ton of money, but yeah, you're going to get a better result. Okay. Why is the cost column empty? Because I'm lazy. I didn't integrate the cost column. I really do need to do that. All right, let's check out the careers page now. That looks much better. There we go. That's much cleaner. Great work. Now run npm run build in the BridgeMind UI and fix any build errors. Now I do need to add the cost column in there. I just haven't gotten around to it. I think your success will prove that willpower breeds success, but not necessarily that agentic coding is real. I mean, dude, have you seen the series? Have you seen what we've built? Have you seen what we've built, bro? Disagree with you on that one, but I appreciate the compliment. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Lucas. He is submitting some bugs here. Here are the bugs that Lucas has submitted. So this is defaulting to white mode here. You guys can see that this here is defaulting to light mode. Thank you, Lucas, for reporting this. Review the bug that was reported. Review the image for reference and then update accordingly. The drop down here is only good on the light theme. Make sure that it responds properly. WDN said if agentic coding isn't real, I'll eat my shorts. Yeah, 100%. All right, let's launch a couple more of these. Review the bug that was reported on a Windows machine. Okay. All right, these two are building. So initial bugs, we're fixing them right now for BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. Yeah, some people are still in denial about agentic coding. Agentic coding is just parallel coding. Why wouldn't it work? Yeah, I mean, you're literally like, people like get this. It's just a weird notion. Like, I talked to somebody that I went to college with, and they were like, "Oh, vibe coding, like only." And I'm like, I am very close to the vest about what I do. Nobody that I went to college with, nobody that I was friends with high school with, nobody that knows me, except my immediate family. And other important people in my life that I care about and love know that I do BridgeMind. Everybody that I was friends with in college, people that I was friends with in high school, some of my best friend growing up, he knows nothing about BridgeMind. And it's because most people, if you tell them something, they'll just, yeah, I don't know why I'm not telling people, but I'm not in it for that anyway, so I don't know. That's a weird thing to share, but basically, I don't tell people that I do BridgeMind. Okay, let's deploy this real quick. Yeah, and NS. Yes, NS does know. So it already has the context and the screenshots? Yes, exactly. Yeah, Alexander said, agentic coding isn't real. Yeah, right. I developed an app with agents that is used by 1,500 users, and it works perfectly, having a solid revenue. Out of here, bro. 100%, Alexander. Let's go. W Alexander in the chat. Let's go. That's sick. That's sick. All right, we did fix that. All right, thank you, Lucas. I just fixed both those on stream. Appreciate it. And yeah, if you guys have any issues, please let me know in the Discord, in BridgeMind feedback. We're addressing some issues right now. Review this here that was reported. All right. Yeah. Yeah, Slow Panda said, so they don't ask what you do. Yeah, I've got one of my friends, like some people, they just only care about themselves, and they only care about, I mean, like some people you'll know, they'll just like talk about themselves, and honestly, like some of the most insecure people will do that. But I've got like one of my buddies, he literally just doesn't ask anything about me, which is fine. That's just like, it's totally fine. But my point is, yes, I want you to implement the fix. My point with that is that, you know, I think that a lot of people, you just need to be careful about who you're friends with, honestly. You know, like, I don't want, people will get envious of you. Envy is real. I don't know. There's just things that, like, I just don't, I'm confident enough in myself that people don't need to know about what I do for work. Apart from the people that I have real relationships with. Okay, so it says that this is working and it's ready for us to test. So let's see here. All right, so let's launch 10 sessions. So we did integrate quite a bit. So let's launch 5 Claudes, 5 Codexes, and this is just this is in Canvas. So this is in the new BridgeCanvas. There's a couple new features that I want to show you guys. Wow. Okay, I like that. So now you can just zoom in and zoom out with this. A big thing I want to do is test. Hello there. Is this going to change the name of the thread though? It needs to be able to rename the thread. Okay, yeah. Comp said, put a video on your website explaining how to use BridgeSpace, please. Like many platform, put a tutorial. Yes. So if you guys look at the board here, that's actually, I have a quick question for you guys though, chat. So tutorial videos, you guys can see that right here. That is something that we need. There's a couple different areas, and I think that, hey, for user retention and for conversions, we're going to need to do that. You know, now that revenue has started to skyrocket a little bit, we're going to have to do things that are going to help with the conversion process and tutorial videos. So shout out to Comp Knowledge, because you're spot on. Totally agree with you, man. But would you guys want to see that today on stream? Because here's my thing, guys. Streaming for me, I get way more done off stream than on stream, because, like, think about this from my perspective. Like, I'm interacting with you guys, all you guys, while I'm working. I'm still grinding, obviously, and we're doing stuff, and, you know, we're getting stuff done together. But it is a different level, right? Because usually, like, you guys see my vibe code no talking streams, I'll have like 20 agents running, and I'll be able to, in my head, manage all of them, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what I am. I'm a vibe coder, right? So I can do that very well. But, you know, the streaming adds another layer of that on top that makes it more difficult. I want you to make sure that when I start a conversation with a new thread, right now it's literally just saying thread 1, thread 2, thread 3. Is there a way that we could make it so that these threads can be renamed automatically by like the initial prompt that is put in a Claude Code terminal or a Codex terminal? Figure out how to do this. Yeah, I do develop software, yes. Yeah. I am, Naman said, what are your thoughts on being nice in your pursuit of virtue? How nice is nice, by the way? Yes, I think that, like, being nice. That's a good question. Being nice. What does it mean to be nice, right? What is BridgeSpace? Is it a desktop app? Is it what you're using now? Yes, you are looking at BridgeSpace right now. This is the product that we've built. It is one of the best agentic development environments on the market. Not only is it an agentic development environment, but if you do have access to the BridgeMind Pro plan, you literally get access to a complete suite of vibe coding tools. So if you go to pricing here for this Pro plan, you can use this, and it is really, really useful. So check it out if you haven't already. Okay. Yeah, I think that, like, hey, vibe coders probably should be called agentic engineers. Also, guys, MRR just went up another $20. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's see how many customers we have. So here's what I've noticed, chat. It's very interesting. I find that the YouTube videos and X posts are actually the highest converting things that I do. YouTube posts and X posts. So check this out. So you can literally just navigate any thread that you want, and it kind of puts it in focus, right? So I can, like, zoom out, and then I can zoom in. You don't really, I don't know. I think that I like not even being able to scroll up or down. You just don't really need to scroll up or down on a canvas. Make it so that new terminal. Okay, hold on. So watch this, guys. You guys are gonna hear this prompt. It's saying that it'll work. Hold on. Let's focus on this real quick. It's saying that it's gonna work. Hello there. It needs to rename the thread. Alright, hold on. Let's try this again. So do Command K. WDN said, could incentivize stream watching by dropping discount free access codes every hour. Yeah, is there anybody in chat that would like 50% off to BridgeMind? Let me know. All right, we're already in here. Okay, hold up. So let's launch 10. We'll launch... Let's just fill evenly. I don't know. All right, so here is our canvas. BridgeCanvas. right, then for example, review at BridgeMind API. Is this going to rename it? I want to rename the thread. Please rename the thread. I don't think it's going to, though. All right. All right, guys. I am going to give out a limited 50% off. All right, let's create a new. So I'm going to give you guys 50% off Pro. The code is going to be Pro 50 off. And we are going to limit this to, we're going to limit the number of times it can be redeemed. 2 people are going to be able to get 50% off of Pro right now. If you guys are watching the stream, Pro 50 off. We'll get you 50% off the BridgeMind Pro plan, and it is only active for 2 people. There are going to be 2 redemptions here. So if you guys want to use it, I'll drop it in the chat. So if you guys were watching, if you guys were interested in BridgeMind, BridgeSpace, BridgeVoice, this is going to be an incredible platform. It already is. We're just going to make it better and better. And if you guys want to be on this journey, if you guys want to build like this, Pro 50 off. All right, so I'm not seeing the thread here changed. It is still not renaming it. Launch 3 sub-agents to review the functionality and properly integrate the updates that are needed to make it work. Do I use BridgeSpace to build now? Yeah, BridgeSpace is literally the best agentic development environment on the market. I used to use Goofy Warp, but yeah, no longer. Let's see if people snag the 50% off. Do we need 8 to enter API keys into BridgeMind to use the models? No, you just bring your own plan. Okay, what was it that I wanted to do with the canvas mode here? It was like... When creating a new workspace or a new terminal, put that at the top instead of the bottom of that sidebar. Whoa! Okay. Oh, that's not working yet, is it? Wait, is it working locally? Let's see. Drag and drop images. Is that working now? Still not working. Hello? Alright, I need to switch to local. Right now, dragging and dropping in images into BridgeCanvas does not actually work. You can review BridgeSpace for reference for this, but the canvas, when I try to drag and drop images into the terminals that are in the canvas, it still does not work. Review this in depth and fix. Warp, the tool that never got $1 from Bridge, yeah. They got free marketing out the wazoo though, didn't they? What Mac am I using? I'm using the M3 Ultra. I think you need to specify what you need to change terminal window name directly. Yeah. Like this thread here. We'll see. Any advice? I'm 17 and teach vibe coding on YouTube. Currently at 8 subs and want to grow on YouTube would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot, man. Keep going. You're at 17. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was doing that at 17. Definitely a good space. I would just say keep going, you know, don't give up. Whatever you're doing. It seems like it's working. So if it's working, if you have 8K subs, just keep going and trust the process. Consistency is the key, and just keep on going, man. Keep on grinding. Don't give up. Okay, let's see here. Is this working now? Let's go over here. Let's just reset it, right? Let's just reset the workspace. Yeah, W Dan said consistency is all it takes. 100%. It's like, hey, at the end of the day, there's ups and downs. Like, every day is a struggle. Like, even now, you know, BridgeMind, like, it takes guts to be able to get up every day and do this still, right? It's like, hey, just because, you know, now I've got the sub blow up to 54K or BridgeMind gaining traction, I'm still not exactly where I want to be, right? Like, I have a long way to go of like what I'm trying to accomplish, right? Because I am going to vibe code an app until I make $1 million, right? And there's things I'm gonna do like in like the next like 60 to 90 days that people are gonna be like, whoa, like this guy, you know, and I'm not there yet, right? I'm not yet to the point that I want to be, which is totally fine. What was that? Okay. All right, so let's see this now. Okay, now it all says Claude. Okay. This is where I'm gonna teach you guys something important, okay? This is why you have multiple plans. Now it's just naming them to whatever agents launched in them. For example, if I have a Claude agent open, it names it Claude. Would you write a handoff prompt of what I was trying to accomplish? Because this is not the intended functionality. It literally needs to name that thread based off of what I'm doing in it automatically. It's actually harder than you might think. Let's go back to the classical thread 1, thread 2, thread 3 naming convention. I don't like what you did here. Just allow users to be able to customly rename the threads manually. What's my words per minute? Can you type without looking at your keyboard? Yeah, I can, yeah. My words per minute, yeah. I'll do monkey type for you guys if you want. I don't type as much because I use BridgeVoice, but I'll do a quick test for you guys. All right, you guys ready for this? I need to warm up. We'll do another one after this. This is the warm up. The problem is that I use BridgeVoice so much that my typing speed, I don't type as much, just in general. Okay, only 90. Okay, let's try again. Let's go again. All right, 90. All right, this one, I'm going to break 100. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I think this is going to be worse. Hold on, refresh. Oh my gosh, that word was rough. A 98, mid. Couldn't even crack 100. Rip. Okay, have you checked out CMux for competitive Intel inspiration on any other features? They've got some solid configurability. I have not tried CMux. I'll check it out though. It's probably a good idea. Not on stream though. I don't know. Maybe I can do a comparison. I know people are talking about it. All right. Maybe I'll make a video on it. Comparing CMux and Would you guys like to see that comparing CMux and BridgeSpace? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. That's actually a good idea. We'll do that. We'll do that. Thank you, WM, for the idea. I'll do that. I'll make a video on it this week. That'll probably be good. Okay. 8 all. Cool. Cool. When did you learn touch typing, or did it come automatically? I learned it, like, the school I went to in elementary school, we did, like, a lot of typing. Where I went to school when I was younger, we did typing tests all the time. I don't know why, but it was just, like, a thing. Okay, there is a big issue here. Wait, where did I put that prompt? Oh, my gosh. Hold up, chat. All right, hold up. Let's do a screenshot and then drag and drop. There we go. Doesn't actually put the image there. Would you write a handoff prompt to GPT 5.4 of what we are trying to do? I can now drag and drop, but it doesn't actually upload the image to the terminal. Write a handoff prompt to GPT 5.4. Yeah, 100% WDan. Okay, good to know. Yeah, WDan said, hell yeah, the lens of, I wonder what they're doing well is so much more powerful for what you're working on versus, I bet they suck, don't have what I built. 100%, yeah. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll do a video just like literally comparing CMux and BridgeSpace, and then maybe based off of that video, I'll, come up with something where, we can compare the differences. Maybe we can, get some inspiration from CMux to see what they're doing well. So thank you for the idea, WDan. I'll do that this week. Awesome. We just had another 4 pro subscriptions come in, so shout out to you guys. Appreciate all the support. Thank you. Okay. Try that again. Just output it here in the conversation. Yeah, I don't think so, Mist. Mist said I could have completed it faster if I didn't use AI to build it. Remember, I've only been working on this since, what has it been, Chad? Has it been since, like, I've only been working on this for, like, since day 20 or something, so. Okay, there's an issue here. There's like a border here. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna launch, let's actually open up a workspace for this. A little bit easier in a workspace, honestly. All right, and I'm just gonna launch, let's go over here. I'm gonna launch Codex. And I'm gonna go extra high. Actually, extra high I think hallucinates like a crazy amount. So we're just gonna go high. We're gonna drop in BridgeSpace Tari. And this should do the work. So that's GPT 5.4 extra high, which I commonly will use this if, for example, there's, long running issues that we can improve. Also, I do have something I need to merge to main right now. Okay. Users get unauthenticated very quickly after they've logged into BridgeVoice. For example, after about an hour, I'm unauthenticated. Why is this the case? I'm gonna move that here. And then this one. All right, we're gonna launch Codex again here. Wow, okay, so W Dan said GPT 5.4 medium is as high as I go. Somebody said push-ups, time for push-ups. Who wants to drop a 50 bomb? Who in chat? If I'm gonna do push-ups, all right, you guys know how it is. I'm you know, we've been grinding a little bit more on stream, not setting the push-up goals in order to be a little bit. Nah, there's no excuses. Who's dropping a 60 bomb with me? Actually, because I haven't been doing the push-ups as much, I can only drop a 50 bomb now, chat. I'm losing it, chat. Opus 5.4 is better than Gemini 100%. 100%. All right. People are asking for tutorials of how to use BridgeSpace and how to use BridgeVoice in the website. Would you do an in-depth review and provide me with the best practices for how we should approach this? Okay, so let's drop this in. All right, everybody's saying let's go. You guys are awesome. Let's go. All right, we're gonna drop a 50 bomb, chat. Let's go. No excuses on my end. You guys know don't update any code, but do review this and integrate the proper structured plan for me to review on my end. Don't update any code, just review. Okay. All right, let's go, chat. Let's go. Let's move the desk up. I'm gonna drop a 50 bomb here. All right, we got 2 agents working. I now need you to... Hold on. Update the sidebar so that new terminal button goes on the top, and when they click new terminal, they're able to select which agent they want to launch in the new terminal, or if they just want to launch a terminal. When users launch a new terminal, the canvas needs to basically focus on that specific thread and properly center that thread. Also, the thread should be in a good position when it initially opens up. Review this and integrate the proper logic in the BridgeCanvas screen. All right, chat, let's go. Let's knock out. Actually, let's knock out. I'm gonna do a 50 bomb, and then I'm gonna do 10 pull-ups. Let's go, chat. We need the energy. Let's go, chat. 50 bomb. We still have it. Let's go. All right, chat, let's go. No, Zinad, you will not have to use API. Make sure that you have access to the player at MCP. I then want you to launch BridgeSpace locally and take screenshots of it respectively. Woo! All right, hold up, guys. I'm gonna let these agents run. I'll be back in just a second. Let me move this one over here. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. What's up? Okay. Why is it saying cannot read properties of undefined reading invoke? Fix this. Oh. Why is it saying cannot read properties of undefined reading invoke? Fix this. Oh. Well, guys, what I'm trying to do, just so you guys know. Okay, I want to show you this. So I've got, so let's just confirm that this did ship for the job positions. All right, let's check careers. It didn't ship yet. Why not? I thought I shipped it. Maybe not. I guess I didn't. Anybody that says rapper, just knock like 10 points off their IQ. That's like so discouraging to people to hear that. Nah, bro, it's just a rapper. And then when you say that, it makes you look unintelligent. Okay. Okay. So what I want to do, chat, is I want to get actual demos, okay? So I did just ship this. We are taking job applications, yes. Okay, so do you guys see this? Build the future. So you have this really nice remotion video, right? But this is actually not that good because all it shows is it just shows like an animated remotion video, right? And I'm not a big fan of that. I want to make it so that it's an actual demo video of these things, right? So we're gonna see if we can do that using remotion in Playwright. Let's check it out. How would I be able to actually get screenshots and GIFs? I think we're gonna have to. Wait, can I use Descript to actually edit videos? Hold on. I want to try something real quick, chat. I want to try something. I'm pretty sure that you can use Descript to help you do this. And then, for example, I can use something like CleanShot X to help me, like, I'm pretty sure there's a way for me to do a GIF. Like capture window. So capture this. Wait, no, that was just a screenshot. Can I do a screen recording? Record screen. And then I can just do this window. And I'm pretty sure I can do just a GIF. So I'll do like this. Okay. Awesome. Super compensated as the app is submitted. Appreciate it, man. Looking forward to checking it out. Well, I'm curious if, like, we'll be able to make it so that we can record and then actually, like, make it a real demo, you know what I mean? Okay. Okay, Happy Boy said, is anyone experiencing the latest BridgeMind update on Mac causing a lot of pauses with the spinning wheel of death? Tried a total reinstall, no luck. I'm not having any issues. What, send a message in the Discord. I'll look into it. Like, what would be important for me to know is, like, hey, what are the specs of your computer? Need more RAM. Well, there is an update that we have. Hold on, I just want to test this because we did decrease the performance, like, or not decrease the performance, but we have a couple things in place to improve the performance. It's very performant on my machine. So maybe you have bad specs, but also we can take a look into this. All right, so these are 2 practical suggestions. Mock the Tari IPC layer from... Okay. Yes, let's do this. Let's do this. But make sure that you don't break any functionality or anything, but go with this route. I will say it's beautiful. On my Mac here, BridgeSpace, beautiful. I love it. All right, let me drop this in though and see if there's anything that we could figure out. All right, thank you, Happy Boy. Just let me know your specs and stuff. And then here, no, Bandfront. I don't think that using the word wrapper is like. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like when people use that. When people call things wrappers. I want you to review this report that a user is experiencing in complete depth. What do you think is causing this? Is there something that would be causing this? Do a complete deep dive on BridgeSpace and identify if you can find any issues and diagnose the issue at hand. Can you walk me through your tech stack or which command to use? What do you mean which command to use? Like, what do you want? The tech stack of, like, what technologies I'm using or what? You're looking at the app right now, Jared. It's an agentic development environment called BridgeSpace. It's actually a complete agentic coding suite. You can see BridgeVoice here as well. But let me cover that real quick. So I'm going to do a quick breakdown here of what BridgeMind actually is. So first of all, BridgeMind is the home of the vibe coding movement. It is an agentic coding platform for builders. So first of all, I want to talk about our product lineup. So the biggest product that is at the core of our agentic coding suite is called BridgeSpace. So BridgeSpace is an agentic development environment, and I have over 3 years as a vibe coder, 3 years of experience as a vibe coder and as agentic coder. And I created BridgeSpace because this is the platform that is going to pioneer the agentic future. I think that using coding agents is the future of software development, and in order to be successful as an agentic coder, as a vibe coder, whatever you call it, you need to make sure that your workspace is built for vibe coding, right? IDEs are kind of on the way out. I think that agentic development environments are coming in, and software developers are not going away. It's just that software developers need a way to be able to interface with AI and with agentic coding. So we built BridgeSpace as a way to do this. We also built BridgeVoice, which is the voice-to-text tool. You can see that I've transcribed over 62,000 words with this, and it's an incredible tool. So I'll just show you a quick rundown of how I use this. So if I do a plus over here, there's 3 options to choose from when using BridgeSpace. So you can either launch a BridgeSpace, a BridgeSwarm, or a BridgeCanvas, which just released in alpha today. The most commonly used is a BridgeSpace. So if I do Command T here, we'll open that up. And I also have a preset, but I'll just kind of walk through the setup process. So I just CD into whatever directory I want to work in. I configure how many terminals I want to use. So let's say I want to launch 2 here. I'll configure these agents. I'll do 1 Claude, 1 Codex agent, and then I'll launch my workspace. My workspace launches with my Codex agent on the right, my Claude agent on the left, and I'm ready to go. I can use BridgeVoice to say, hello, this is a quick test of BridgeVoice, and you are my AI agent that is ready to work for me. So that's what it looks like. There is a free 3-day trial. Vibe coding is basically using AI agents to write code for you while you're in full control of the project. Okay, give me 1 second here, chat. Okay, so this is BridgeSpace. You can see that this is one of the workspaces that I'm working in right now. I have 2 agents that are working for me here. All right, it says that it is rendering. Does BridgeMind have search functions across CLI? Can I search a week-old chat that I did? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have that. Like it just has functionality for you to be able to interface, right? So let's see here. But like in Claude Code, you can do that inside of Claude Code. But I'll look into maybe potentially adding that feature. That's a good idea. Okay. Okay, so what did this do? So the full BridgeSpace UI is now rendering in the browser with Playwright. Here's what's visible. Give me the URL that I can go to test this. Okay, we're gonna test this out. Have I seen the new AirPods Max? Are there new ones? I haven't been using my AirPods Max as much as I used to. They kind of get uncomfortable. Okay. I want you to launch a bunch of subagents to explore each finding in depth, and then to create a structured handoff prompt that I will pass off to Claude Opus 4.6 to review your work and your findings. Okay. So let's go here. So what I think I'm going to be able to do is I should be able to use this. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so I'm now using it in the browser, right? And if we do this, is it actually, can I click around and stuff? I can just get in. Can't actually use it. Looks nice in a browser. Great work. I now have access to that welcome screen, but I can't click around. Why is this the case? Where'd I get the hoodie made? I got it made a while ago when I first started BridgeMind. Alex said I don't like rappers. I'm more of a country guy. It's funny. Oh, the tech stack. Oh, I gotcha. I just got what you meant, Hunk. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the tech stack is Next.js, Nest, and then Postgres, all on AWS infrastructure. I also use Tari on the front ends for both BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. Guys, let's do a quick check on MRR and ARR. I think that we have a decent amount that's in the pipeline. Over the next coming days, I think that we will be able to hit 4,000 in revenue. But MRR, it's up a little bit during the stream. So we're now at 41,832 ARR. So ARR is up another about $500 about $480 during the stream. MRR is at 3,486, so it's slowly ticking up. But we're gonna have to really press hard on marketing here in the next couple of days to make sure that we actually get some more trials in the pipeline. We're gonna have a big launch tomorrow for BridgeVoice, so excited for that. Bandfront said, I hear you, man. It's just slang for bad apps, really. It's like when people like us, our system levels 100Ks LOC deep in, and someone released a chat box with AI and claims it's different. Yeah, I mean, it's just that, like, I have a friend, right, and he's a good friend of mine, and he will say that about his own apps, right? And that's my point, is that you even said, like, I'm saying that about myself, right? Or, like, you know, I just don't think that that's a good, like, hey, if there's an API and you can take something that's an API and configure it and make it a little bit better, and, you know, maybe put some system prompts in it and make it more, you know, powerful, I think that that's a great application that you can then sell to people. But if your approach to it is, oh, this is just an AI wrapper, then how are you supposed to sell that if you don't even believe in your own work, right? So I think that that's definitely like a factor that I think about when I hear people talk about that, you know, about, you know, AI wrappers and whatnot. I'm like, dude, it's it's not like an AI wrapper. It's, you know. All right, so this is the okay, so here's our handoff prompt to Opus 4.6. All right, check this out, chat. So we're gonna restart this one here. And then this one, it looks like this is working. So this is working in the browser now. And I'm very interested in testing this so that we can actually get workable demos for BridgeSpace via Playwright that we'll do. Am I fasting? No. Are you tracking rev attribution yet? Which channels did best? So YouTube, yeah, YouTube is the biggest driver. Also, if you guys are in the Discord community, I did put out like a founders Discord, and a ton of people just went in, signed up for the BridgeMind Pro plan yearly, right? So that led to quite a few. I mean, like, for example, when people sign up for a yearly plan, you're basically getting like 12 pro plans, right? Because they're paying upfront for a year. So instead of you having, you're having one customer that's paying for an entire year upfront, which is huge. So that was a big driver there, was, you know, sending that out in the Discord. But I even want to show you guys, like, in our product catalog, if I go to Pro, we have 10 active subscriptions for the BridgeMind $600 a year plan. 3 of them are trialing, 2 canceled, 3 are active, so pretty good. I feel good about that. I want you to launch 10 agents that will work through this. This is the handoff prompt from GPT 5.4, and I need you to launch 10 agents that will do a complete deep dive and identify the issues, and without breaking functionality, solve some of these problems that we're experiencing. Okay. I hope this isn't like breaking functionality in the app. Lifetime. People are asking about a lifetime deal. That's a good idea. What should lifetime be, though? The problem is I do see BridgeMind potentially positioning itself as, like, we're probably gonna look into like having credits and stuff at some point. So I don't know. Do you guys think that I should do that? All right. Thank you, Python. Funnel X impressions to YouTube views, the Discord membership, which has the highest conversion rate. Pretty sexy funnel, if true. I like that. Pretty sexy funnel. Let's go. I mean, you know what's interesting, Hung, is that you've been around since like the early days. I know that you've been around from probably like, I don't know, maybe 2,000 subs, right? And like a few you have actually. Hung, W Dan, Super Combo. You guys have been around for a while, and it's like you guys are seeing it's like, you know, the process and what actually went into it to get to where we are today. You know, now we're seeing some of this, you know, the hockey stick there. But the thing is like, I'll give you an example. During this stream, for the last 4 hours, right, I've only had 5 new paying subscribers. And this is what I kind of hypothesize a little bit, is that the people that watch the stream, right, there's 279 people here. And I can tell, like, for a fact that, and it's caused by a couple things. Number one, because there's not a lot of new AI models right now, the like BridgeMind isn't getting pushed insanely hard. So for example, when there's new models and there's like buzz in the space, because BridgeMind has the credibility and the recognition in the space, for example, you know, getting reposted by Elon Musk twice in 1 week, like, hey, that's a lot of reputation, right? So it's a good reputation when you're getting reposted by Elon Musk and the CEO of Perplexity, right? So I'm like, hey, that's a good thing. I'm not saying that to gloat. I'm just saying that is the case, right? So I'm like, those are good things. But what I find is that unless there's like a bunch of news in the space, we're not going to get as much traction, if that makes sense. Like the traction is going to come from like a YouTube video that reaches a new audience, because the 284 people that are watching right now are mainly people that have been following the journey, that are pretty much here like every day. So shout out to you guys, because hey, like we're all grinding together, right? But that's the cool thing about the BridgeMind community, is that hey, like we're all grinding together. Most of the people that are in this stream right now have been around for a while, and I don't really see a ton of new subscriptions, because maybe I did when we initially launched, right? But now people kind of have an understanding of what BridgeSpace is, what BridgeMind is, and they're kind of watching, right? They may be watching on the sideline a little bit, saying, okay, like, what's this product? Do I want this product? And they're seeing it evolve, right? But the 284 people in the stream is, yeah, Elon Musk did repost. Yeah, twice actually. And what I'm seeing is that from YouTube videos and from X posts, those are where I'll get basically introduced to a new audience. So for example, I put out a post yesterday, a new YouTube video, and I saw like 15 new pro subscribers, right? And they're on trials, right? So only about 27% of them, or 30% of them will convert. But hey, that's still 5 new pro trials. That's going to lead to an increase of $250 a month in MRR in 1 day, right? And that's going to be realized in about 3 days from now. And that was from a YouTube video, right? So why is it in browser mode? It's like, this is doing a lot for this browser mode. I'm a little bit worried about this. All right, 9 agents are still running in this window here. 9 agents are still running. Thank you, Testy. Appreciate it. All right, but this is BridgeSpace. We're about to pass 3,500 in MRR, so that's nice. But you know what's interesting about those trials is that the trials, there's going to be about a 3-day delay for MRR. So for example, yesterday we had a really good day because I had a video that got, 7,000, not 7,000, but like 5,000 views, I think. Let me check. It was the Sunday download did really well. Let me see this real quick. So the Sunday download, yeah, this one got 5,000 views, right? And in that video, I literally talk about BridgeSpace and I talk about all these different things. And it's like, hey, out of those 5,000 people, Justin said, it seems like we need to work on bridge marketing. I don't know. I feel like it's going pretty well, to be honest. We'll get better at it, but great work. I now need you to create a demo video using Playwright and Remotion. You need to use Remotion and Playwright mixed together. You can use Playwright to access the browser and actually get a nice demo of BridgeSpace. Then use this paired with Remotion to be able to create a nice interactable demo that actually shows BridgeSpace being used. So I'm wondering, this is actually a really good test of Remotion's capabilities, right? So we'll see here. So the reason I was setting this up so that it could be used in the browser is actually so that we could use Playwright for it. So this will be interesting. We'll see here in a second if this is actually going to be able to work. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be able to work. This is a good test of Remotion, though. Let's see. Put 2,000 in your YouTube reach, too. Got to make the bridge vid skill that wraps Playwright and Remotion. 100%. Yeah. Bridge vid, yeah. Tank said, I am new here. Got your channel recommended. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. iDev said, I feel your growth is pretty good in my opinion. Most new startups might not even make $100 in this time frame. Yeah. I mean, my last startup, it took a long time for us to get to revenue. We didn't even have the product out for like months and months and months. So, to be where we're at with this ARR and the amount of revenue that we're grossing, I think is really good. If you guys did, I did update you guys on this a little bit earlier in the stream, but we're no longer tracking like just total revenue because that's going to get way too hard for me as we grow. Like I've got like a lot of money coming in from different places right now. And, where I'm at is like, hey, this is the main pipeline now. Like, hey, I switched on the YouTube revenue because, hey, that's like, $1,000 a month that I can just pour into ads for BridgeMind, right? So there's all these different caveats of like, okay, we can use this and we can use this, and it's all for funneling growth to BridgeMind. So I'm stopping counting total revenue because it's like, yeah, I can't, every morning before the stream go in and count all total revenue. It's just getting too hard at this level. So we're only now going to be tracking ARR for BridgeMind subscriptions. So this is the main goal, to increase BridgeMind subscriptions, and BridgeMind is like fully focused now on being an agentic coding platform and on being an AI coding company. This is my focus. This is what I'm passionate about. This is what I'm good at. I have technical knowledge in the space, and I know what will make a good product in the space because I've lived it for over 3 years. So, if you guys haven't already gotten your BridgeMind Pro subscription, do so now. Go check it out. It really does help support. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. Obviously, it's like, hey, I mean, I'm using it. I'm dog fooding my own product. I believe in it. And I'm going to do the best that I can to truly make this one of the best agentic coding platforms on the market. So go to bridgemind.ai if you haven't already. And let's see here. So BridgeForm, BridgeSpace, BridgeCanvas. Hung said, also better off to giving out some KOLs in the space pro plans to test and promote it. Web Dev Cody, Ray Fernando, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like. I like dealing with people that are genuine though. Usually the influencers. I don't like influencers. So, probably need to, but... do you have anything set up to analyze these live comments post-stream to filter out good, average suggestions, ideas? I do not, no. Yeah, I think I was on stream when I monetized the YouTube. It was like at 50,000 subs. Because, like, hey, the thing is, it's like, you need all the revenue that you can get at this stage to fuel more growth. So, you know, the way that I look at it is the reason that I didn't monetize the channel is because I wanted, like, I literally did not monetize the channel until 50,000 subscribers because I didn't want to feel like I was doing it, and I didn't want you guys to feel like I was doing it so that I could become a YouTuber. But I am at the point now where you guys can obviously tell, and I think that I'm at the point where, hey, obviously BridgeMind, like, I'm about to scale this company into like a multi-million-dollar company. I think that with pre-seed, we're going to be able to raise money at probably a $3 to $5 million valuation. So, you know, that's obviously the main mission. At the point that we're at now, hey, we need to get $10,000 to $10,000 a month in MRR via the subscriptions. If I can use any revenue driver that I can to back advertisements or back marketing, I'm going to use it. I'm going to turn that toggle on because, hey, like, you know, the reason that I don't have or didn't have monetization turned on is because I never wanted to be a social media influencer. I can't stand it. I don't like making YouTube videos. I don't like making content. But I happen to know that, hey, this is something that's going to be required if I want to be successful. So I've done it. I started building in public. I started streaming. I started making YouTube videos. I started doing all these things because I knew this is what's required if I want to be successful. And I'm at the point now where obviously I'm so deep into this game that I'm not going to become a content creator. Like, you guys can tell, like, I just am genuinely passionate about the technology. I'm passionate about what I'm doing. And that's that, right? So I think I'm at a safe place now where it's like, yep, this is the main mission. We're at over 40,000 in MRR or ARR, over 3,000 in MRR. And I think that by the end of the month, it's going to get a heck of a lot higher. So huge day tomorrow for BridgeVoice for sure. Sir Jeff said, submitted bug for Windows legacy users. Thank you, Azabek. Mike said, you're doing great and you're an inspiration, Matt. Rooting for you. Thank you, man. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think that, like, this is what happens. Like, this is just what entrepreneurship looks like, right? Is, hey, when I started out, let's say, right, like what you guys get, and I think that this is a thing about building in public is, like, hey, yeah, you guys get to see all of the pivots that are made. You guys get to see all of the changes along the journey of, like, what this ends up becoming, right? Like, if you go back and you watch the View Creator journey, you can see how that played out, right? And then we pivoted to an agentic coding platform because that was the right thing to do, right? So I think that, like, one thing about this, you know, building in public is that's the risk, is like people will say, oh, you know, you're doing all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, like this is what being an entrepreneur looks like, is that you're in the arena, you're showing up every day. And yeah, I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but I do know that I'm going to stay in the arena and I'm going to keep fighting to make my dream come true. So I don't know what it's going to look like. I can't tell you right now, oh, this is exactly what it's going to look like and it's going to play out exactly how I think it's going to play out. That just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. I now need you to build the video and then put it in my... Wait, it's already built. Put the video in my downloads directory. Yeah. So Brian said hit the 2.1 BridgeVoice update also has the... Okay, gotcha. Update failed. Okay, let me thank you for reporting that, Brian. Thank you. Okay, so let's actually launch this real quick. So I'm going to launch another agent here. This is a bug that was reported. Review the screenshot for reference. I need you to launch 3 agents that will do a deep dive and identify why this is happening and then fix it respectively. Okay, hold up. Okay, let's check out this demo video that I made. So it is ready here. It's in downloads. Wait, where is it? 12:54. Wait, where's today? I don't see anything today. I'm not seeing the video. Try again. Can you guys not hear the music? I am playing some music. Oh, the music isn't playing right now. Guys, how long has the music not been playing for? Has the music not been playing the whole stream? Chat, has the music not been playing? All right, this is the interactive demo. Let's see here. Nah. 5 minutes, there's been no music. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what caused that. Yeah, there's music on my end, but something just messed up. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to get the music back on. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's pull up Discord real quick. So, yeah, so thank you for reporting the issue there. Fix this real quick. Okay, I did just have an issue that was reported. Okay. Yeah, that interactable demo was not good. This is a bug that was reported for BridgeSpace. Review the screenshot and identify why this is happening and help me fix it. What was the turning point from finishing the goal tracking app that you started and switching focus to BridgeMind? So really the big realization that I did have was I didn't realize that BridgeMind was going to get as big as it did. So I'll just kind of like give you guys my perspective on it is, you know, I was working on View Creator. So it's less about goalposts because we didn't even really work on goalposts for that long. We spent the most time on a project called View Creator. If you guys remember that, and View Creator has been it's been pivotal in the success of BridgeMind. You know, I think that the biggest thing for that is that when I went to market View Creator, I didn't have the time between marketing View Creator and live streaming to actually make View Creator a success, because I was live streaming to people that are in my brand. Like the BridgeMind brand is completely, it has a ton of credibility in the agentic coding space or vibe coding space, AI space, whatever you want to say. It's much easier for me to market BridgeMind as an agentic coding platform than View Creator as a way to automatically automate viral social media marketing, right? It's completely two different industries. So that was definitely the realization that I had. I use View Creator every day. It's been, if I didn't build View Creator, I probably wouldn't have been as viral as BridgeMind is now, because I never would have been able to get the visibility. Yeah, okay, that's good. So this prompt is good too. Fix applied there. All right, so we did have a couple bugs that were reported. Perfect. Quick question. How does the channel demographic look? Might have something to do with the conversion rate, although the views are consistent. Like, what do you mean? Like, just like male, female, or age? Because I think it's like 98% male, maybe even 99. And then, yeah, it's like, I think 24 to 35 is the average age. Yes, I want you to build and check to make sure everything compiles successfully. Okay, so I do have another issue here. So people are trying to use the Claude dangerously skip permissions. So this was a report that was submitted in BridgeMind feedback. So I just want to show this to you guys. So here you guys can see this here. This person was reporting this here. So basically he's trying to use a custom prompt. Oops. Review the error that was reported by a user and help me fix this so that when they set custom commands that it properly will set it as dangerously skip permissions. You can see the screenshot for reference and what it did. Okay, that should be able to fix our issue. Oh, region-wise? Yeah. Yeah, region-wise. Oh, the NVIDIA keynote is starting in 45 minutes. I don't know if you guys knew that. Okay. Continue. All right, there was an agent that I do want to review real quick. What? All right, hold on. Let me pull up my demographics. I'll tell you. All right. Analytics. Audience. Yeah, so 98% male. 25 to 34 is the large majority. And then top demographics is the United States. Great work. I now need you to make sure that BridgeSpace also has this. Slow Panda said, I am rank 1. Can I use the Pro 100% off code? You want that 100 off? Who in chat, if I did give 90% off, who would like to use it? Like what, guys, I have a quick question for chat. Like what is stopping you guys from using BridgeMind right now? Is it the price? Like for you guys in chat, what's stopping you from using BridgeMind? The demo video was terrible. Could we please try this again? I don't know how, but it needs to actually create a flowing functional demo. Interactive demo. Okay, gotcha. That's helpful feedback. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nathan. Super helpful. Yeah, so people in chat are saying things from I have my own workflow to people using free tools on GitHub. Gotcha. Yeah, Kate's one, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, that's really helpful. Thank you, guys. All right. Great work. I now need you to bump the version up one to V1. Hold on. 2.1.1. All right, I need to check something. I gotta say, GPT 5.4 in its sandbox environment is really annoying. Am I trying remotion for the demo videos? I am. Yeah, I hooked up to Playwright. Is there a setting to scale the UI in BridgeSpace? I couldn't find if there is a way. What do you mean scale? Like scale it, meaning like zoom in and zoom out? Because I did have it, but it was causing more issues than it was solving, and nobody was asking for it, so I did remove it. I've got you, Slow Panda. Let's go. Okay. Great. I now need you to bump the version of BridgeVoice as well. Bump it up one. Okay, OGzilla, yeah. So OGzilla, yeah, there was a... We were doing that. It was causing issues, though, so I removed it for now. Probably going to reintegrate it, but kind of just taking a little bit of a step back from that since it was causing issues. Is Playwright like Puppeteer? I think it's different. I think it's worse. Playwright is you taking like screenshots and stuff. What is Puppeteer? What's the difference between Puppeteer? So Puppeteer... Okay. What is the main difference between Playwright and Puppeteer? All right, let's figure out what the main difference is. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'll be right back. Okay, I do have a issue that I do want to fix here. I think that we should have this fixed, but I just want to confirm. Let's go over to... All right, so we're going to fix this. So, guys, check out this issue here. So I think this guy was in chat too, but he said, issue, the Mac version is causing spinning pauses randomly during action. Did not happen in the last version. Specs Mac Mini M4, fresh restart and clean install. I noticed the CPO going haywire when the spinning starts. Image attached is the Swift front end associated as it hits 100% when the spinning starts, then disappears when the spinning icon stops. Unfortunately, unusable at this state. Pro yearly user. So first of all, thank you, Sarge, for being a pro yearly user. Let's get this fixed and shipped for you. Obviously, this is incredibly important. Okay. Let's get this fixed immediately and as fast as possible. This is a bug that was reported by a user. Here's the review, the screenshot for reference as well. Launch 5 agents to do a complete deep dive and fix this. Wait, How long have you guys not been able to see this? Hold up. You guys can see my screen, right? What? You guys can't see my screen. Guys, how long has my screen been frozen for? Has my screen been frozen for a while? Sorry about that, guys. Hold up. All right, and the I guess the music is back now too. At least 10 minutes? What? It's 10 minutes it's been frozen? All right. That's terrible. I'm sorry, guys. All right, we did just have this video. This is the new interactable demo. Let's see. This demo is so bad. I think it would be better to just like actually demo it and create a real demo with like Screen Studio instead of trying to do it with AI. I don't think it's there yet. Oh my gosh, longer than 20 minutes? That's awful. I'm sorry, guys. Well, we're back now. All right. All right. Launching a ton of agents here. Also, there's one issue, so we're gonna fix this performance issue here. What are next steps to actually fix this issue and to get this working properly? All right. Okay, guys. 10 minutes, okay. All right, we need to ship this as fast as possible. Okay. So look at this. It said, agent found the smoking gun. BridgeVoice's context's audio levels updating at 60 hertz with an unmemoized context value, cascading re-renders to every subscriber, including all terminal panes. Okay, wow. I now need you to create a structured plan that will properly fix all of these. Oh, it's already fixing them. All right, Claude Code, go ahead. Okay, Hung said reason number one why you need a dedicated editor. Remotion is game-changing but it's mostly just animated slides as of now. There's a long way before AI can achieve the quality level of promotion editors. 100%. But Hung, do you know any editors that I can actually hire though? Like good ones that are like can do fast turnarounds and stuff? What is playing right now? Are we at the it's like we're at the spa. Hold on here. Yeah, because like I obviously I would like to hire an editor. I have the money to hire an editor. But like, hey, when it comes to down to hiring an editor, the biggest issue is like, hey, can I get somebody that's gonna have like fast turnaround times and not and also be like affordable in a way of like some people just want to like kind of take advantage of you. So I don't want to be taken advantage of, and I'd like to work with somebody that I enjoy working with and that is really talented. And that would be able to. It's frozen again apparently. Okay, thank you for letting me know this time. All right, it's frozen again. I don't know what's going on today, guys. I'm sorry. Let's fix this. There we go. Yeah, just let me know. Okay. Okay. All right, go to Upwork. I don't know. Probably should do that. Oh, is March Madness going on right now, by the way, chat? Isn't it coming up? I just realized that. Oh, it's already, they picked the bracket. Where's Purdue at? Purdue, number 2 in the West. That's cool. Would you write a brief response to the user that reported this issue and note that it will be shipped now? I'm gonna respond. All right, apparently it starts on Thursday. Maybe OBS and especially GPU got cooked with too many processes. Too high bitrate resolution can also stall the encoder. Yeah, maybe. Upwork is hit or miss. I do both hiring and freelance work on there. Mostly unreliable unless you get lucky. Yeah. Great work. I now want you to stage and commit all changes to GitHub with the version label of 2.1.1. This way it kicks off the build and actually deploys to production. Review the GitHub action workflow for reference to then do this. Make sure that you stage and commit all local changes. Okay, guys, we're gonna ship 2.1.1 because there's a couple breaking changes that we do need to ship. You know, whenever you do like a big release, right? Because like 2.1, there's gonna be some initial things that need to be polished up. And we have just done that now. Okay. And it looks like the screen is frozen again. What is going on? Is my activity just like through the roof or something, or what's up? I mean, 85 gigs of memory. Volcan said, send a bug bounty for this, but the one thing that would instantly make me switch to BridgeVoice from Whisper is if BridgeVoice's icon session move with my cursor so I can use it between desktops. On Windows or Mac? Because on Mac, like, you can use it on any desktop. Or you want it to be able to move with your cursor. Okay, I'll offer PayPal. Let me check out Stripe real quick. I think that we can just do that, flip that on real quick for PayPal. Payment options, I'm assuming. Hey, also guys, big news. You guys saw it here first. We have officially crossed 3,500 in MRR, and we are past 42,000 in ARR. So just slowly ticking up while we're on stream here. 3,500 MRR, 42,000 ARR. So making progress today. ARR is up about $800 since we started the stream. So thank you guys. Gonna keep it going. Let's go. Great work. I now want you to do the same thing with BridgeVoice. Make sure it's on version 2.1.1. Stage and commit all changes to GitHub with the version label so that it kicks off the action workflow and pushes to production. Volcan said you have to move the session window. Whisper does this automatically. It only persists where the BridgeVoice client is open. Okay, I will look into that. The thing about BridgeVoice that I actually like though is that I can move it wherever I want. So Whisper Flow is fixed at the bottom here, right? But BridgeVoice, I can move it around. I kind of like that. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. You guys can let me know your feedback. But I like the ability to just kind of move it around. All right, 2.1.1, shipping now. This is a lot of fixes in it for BridgeVoice, and BridgeSpace also has a lot of bug fixes, including the performance issue that was experienced. All right, let's make some changes here. All right, I do need to go here. Does code need to be updated, or what needs to be updated? You didn't tell me what actually needs to be updated. Would you write a complete handoff prompt to Claude Opus 4.6? Or hold on now. Great work. I now need you to create a structured plan for implementing these changes without breaking existing functionality. Yes, turn this into a task-by-task implementation checklist. WDan said, I prefer a fixed location and being able to change that. Willow has done a nice job with that. Yeah, I like the fixed location as well. Just be able to... Or WDN, do you mean fixed location? Like, I like to just be able to drag it like I'm like, up, right over here. Great, I now need you to proceed forward with the implementation plan and begin updating code respectively. All right, chat. I've been going for what, about close to 4.5 hours now. I do have a lot of work that I need to do off stream for marketing purposes. So just to summarize, we did get BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace version 2.1.1, which is now deploying. So we shipped this version, and we also shipped the next version that has some of the bug fixes because there were some bug reports with these versions. But we're going to continue to move forward, continue to make things better. I do need to work on some marketing things off stream, some tutorials off stream. But keep on grinding, guys. We're moving forward. Just to kind of summarize where we're at. Last view, I'm basically going to start every stream with the revenue dashboard and then end every stream with the revenue dashboard. So here is where we're at to end the stream. 3,506 and 42,000 in ARR. So keep moving forward, guys. I need to work on some marketing and getting things done. I'll add PayPal right now on Stripe, Weedness, and we'll get that going. So thank you, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's keep grinding. Big video tomorrow for marketing, an official release of BridgeVoice. I'll probably be up early streaming tomorrow, grinding it out, probably around like 5:30, 5:45 a.m. So I'm going to do an early stream tomorrow. I couldn't do it this morning because I had a couple things I had to do on my end, but tomorrow I'll be back early. Video will be launching, official release of BridgeVoice tomorrow. Probably going to send MRR through the roof. So let's keep grinding, guys. I will see you guys in the future.